Alrighty, hello everybody. Welcome to the 2022 WWS, the World Water Skiers Florida Cup, the finals, and what a delight it is to be here with Kyle Kiwi Eade, one of the top pro men's skiers in the world back in his day and now retired, and the owner of Ski Fluid, and of course the king of the ramp himself, Jarrett Llewellyn, world champion, world record holder. And guys, what a fantastic event this is today. It's the finals. We get to see who's going to walk home with the victories here in both the women and the men's events. And Jarrett, what a treat to have you joining us here, and what the Llewellyn family has done to make this happen. You've been all over the world with the tour. You've been in France, you've been in Austria, up in Calgary, Canada, and now here wrapping up beautiful Central Florida's Polk County at Lake Grew at Ski Fluid.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's been a long season. It's been incredible. We went to Lacanau, we went to Calgary, went to Austria, and now back here. Kiwi and I have been talking for a few years, and this is something that we're passionate about overall, but also just bringing three events and trying to condense this into 3 hours. And just, a great show. These skiers are just skiing incredible.
And so, Kiwi, being on tour back when you skied on the Pro Tour, it has to be exhausting to be traveling all around the world like this and trying to train and stay in shape. You're in Austria, you're in France, you're over in Calgary, Canada, back here in the States, and as an athlete, it takes a lot of focus.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, this season's been a long season for everybody. They travel all over the world. But these athletes that we're watching today, they're overall skiers, so they do all three events, and that's 3 times as much as most of the skiers that are specializing on the tour. So these guys are dedicated to the sport. They train non-stop, year-round, all day long pretty much. And so it's been a long season, but a great season for them. And this concept that WorldWaterSkiers and Jarrett's and the team there have put together with this overall tour, and we're culminating here in the final right here in Central Florida, is awesome. And we're looking forward to an amazing event. There's a lot of records being set here at this lake. This is where I kind of operate my ski school and do a lot of events, a lot of tournaments. We saw the world overall record get broken here several times last year by 2 of the athletes that are going to be out here today. In the past, the women's overall record has been set here. The conditions today are absolutely perfect. And I think it's just going to be awesome to finish in style here with some great conditions and hopefully some massive performances, Jarrett.
Well, we've had some jump world records set out here as well, which is like the most exciting event we're going to see today. And as I've been talking to you and to Jarrett and to the skiers, what fascinates me so much, because I've seen this for so long, watching all you guys grow up and turn into champions from young skiers, but the thing I find so amazing at these overall skiers are as good or better than the specialists in each one of the events, which I just find just amazing. Like Jarrett, your son, Dorian, is a world trick champion. And, that's amazing that you beat out all the specialists.
It's the level is just insane in every event. And it's proven all season long. Like in France, incredible skiing. Dorian was leading the first round going into the finals. Louis just tricked 11-9, and Dorian went into the finals, fell in the finals going in. It looked like Joel was going to take out the title. Joel didn't jump as well as he could have, and then ended up Louis winning France. And Kennedy, she actually led the first round, put her arm through the handle. In the finals, Paige came out and took France out. Then we went to Calgary, and Calgary was insane. The skiing they were so close in every event, all the way down to the wire, guys, that everybody's a little weak in one event, and that one event you can't screw up. Louis went down, was rolling really good, but ended up going down in tricks, left the door open. Dorian skied incredible, and Joel banged out one. It was actually Joel slalomed incredible. Dorian didn't do as well. Dorian did better in tricks, and then Joel came out and banged one out of the park, and it was just incredible. Then Austria was actually insane because actually Joel didn't get his skis, and I think Dorian, it's been a head-to-head all this season, and he probably thought, this is good. This is almost a walk away for me, right? And he got the same skis, but the bindings must have been better because Joel came out and rocked as good as he ever skied, and Dorian was like, what the heck is going on? And Dorian skied incredible, went out, and even right down to the wire, Dorian thought he had him, jumped incredible, and Joel goes out and bangs one out of the park, and it was just absolutely insane.
Been a roller coaster ride this whole tour.
And Kennedy, ended up winning that event. And now we roll into this event, and everybody, now the girls, you've got a ton of girls here, 8 girls all vying for 4 spots. The guys had 5 spots. We've had some injuries. Pole and skied incredible in France, got hurt at the Europeans, and Louis can't be here, so that's tough. Like, guys like just dropping out, and maybe we can go to some of the skiing that we saw, you know, yesterday. It was absolutely incredible. And what's really nice is Regina's back.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I love about the Opal event. There's so many stories that unfold, you know, through these events. You know, we see Regina here. She's been injured for, you know, the last year or so, been back on the slalom ski. But this weekend, we're seeing her back on the trick ski and the jump skis. So great to see her. And she's in form, too. She's sort of currently sitting in second after the prelims. So awesome skiing from her.
Yeah, it was just this trick. She tricked incredible in the other pass, but this is the hardest event for her right now with this knee. And she's just kind of banging through, just trying to get through this run, and she's smiling at the end, but rocked an incredible pass. She's just happy to be here, and she's sitting second. It's absolutely insane.
You know, what's interesting is for the people that are not, you know, are novices to the sport, there's 2 passes in trick skiing, 2 20-second passes. The skier that can accumulate the most points wins the event. The harder the trick, the more points you get for it. And now we're on the hand pass, whereas Regina was on the toe pass. So there are 2 different techniques.
Yeah,
actually.
and Hannah just rocking, like she stood up 2 solid passes. Incredible, good overall score. And Valentina really strong here, coming through this pass.
Going a little bit back to Hannah, like she's, you know, known as the jumper. She's been right there in some big jump events, and now we're seeing on the trick ski performing really well, and she's the top seed so far.
So that was really tough for Valentina going down. That's where you dig the hole in the overall, starting out bad in tricks. But
this is a cool story. Like, yeah. I mean, Anna Gay is known as the trick specialist. She was a former world record holder, and she's come out with a big trick run. Some decent slalom and decent jump to squeak into the final as well.
Yeah, she rocked 2 solid passes. She could trick, you know, up into the 11,000. She looked like she backed off just to make sure she had a solid score, but unreal, 9,400 going into that round.
And yeah, she had a heck of a performance, way much better than I think Kennedy was behind her with like 8,000.
Let's talk to the current competitor on the water in this recap. Sasha, she's the current world overall record holder, champion. And she went down earlier in a toe pass, and unfortunately, that's you don't get a second chance.
Yeah, she struggled there. And here we are right into Paige. She rocked through 2 solid passes, just falling right here at the end. But this is those big tricks at the end, what you're going to need to win this event today. Unfortunate here, Kennedy has been solid in Calgary, won Austria, came out here and just unfortunately, well, actually here she skied incredible. She had a really good trick score.
Yeah, she did. She had a top trick score, and that's a strong event. I think she was down a little bit in the slalom and the jump. And unfortunately, that's the level of competition we've got here today. That you can't have a weak event. You can't mess up anywhere. You're going to miss. So let's get into the guys now. This is our first guy. This is Tanguy Dolan, and starting up with a lot of flips in this run. Explosive tricks here. This guy well into the 10,000, maybe 11,000 points. From Tanguy.
Yeah, he was off the pace a little bit, lost, fell there, only 86, and he's capable of tricking 10,000. He's going to have to up his game.
This guy impressed me yesterday. He's top skier in all 3 events. Banged out a well over 200 foot jump, and a very clean tricker. Light on his ski. There's a huge front flip and the reverse. So yeah, he's clocking up some big points in that hand run. Somewhere up over 10,000 points, I believe.
Yeah, he tricked a 10,480 yesterday, so a solid score.
And Martin Coleman, what can you say? He actually had the highest trick score yesterday, 11,510. So he nailed it in the trick runs. A lot of flips, and you'll see one of his big tricks coming up here, where he does a flip and he goes over the line with a back-to-back move over the line. So huge scoring. Unfortunately, down a little bit in the slalom for him. He missed 38. He can get well down 39, maybe even run it.
And that's been unfortunate all season. He's been a little off on his game in the slalom, but he needs to pick up his game here.
Well, how hard is it to get all 3 at once, you know? But these guys can do it. Dorian, he's one of those guys that does get it done every single time, and very consistent tricking, over 11,000 points yesterday, Jarrett.
Yeah, he was kind of going for his big run here. He was banging off. He does it as quick as anybody, going for the toe line 5 and off axis, trying to twick 12,000 points, and had a huge hand run, got all the way down to the end, and a couple little mistakes right at the end, and that has cost him these last little tricks like that could cost you the event. So you can't lose that 450 points or that 1,000 points.
Adds up quick at the end, doesn't it? The one trick and you're down 400 or 500 points, and that could be the gold or silver. Joel Poland there on his toe run had an early fall. Well, not sorry, an early fall, but like a little earlier than he'd like at the end. Just missed a couple tricks. But this guy's explosive on his flip run, front flips, and you'll see another big flip here. He goes 540 over the rope. That's one of the only skiers that can do that trick, and he's just like a cat out on the water. Just bounces around right into each trick. He's amazing.
Yeah, these guys are dialed in. Dorian and Joel have been going at it, and he nailed that hand run. He was a little off on his toes, and he's going to up that today. Here's Regina on the water in slalom, and this is the 39 off. Incredible coming back. Just.
Well, there's no one better on a slalom ski and the woman. She's won it all. She's a current world record holder, 4.5 at 41. So she nailed that 39 off pass. I think she got 1 at 41. This is that 41 off pass.
A little deep on one here.
But got her quite a ways ahead of the other overall competitors in slalom. Maybe a pass ahead of, say, we saw Paige Reaney and the likes of the rest of the field.
You know, this is Hannah, and she runs. That's at the 11.25. So
yep,
she's got
11.25. Yep, that was
4.
38
so
off.
a really solid score for Hannah there.
Yeah. Come back in. This is Valet again, isn't it? Yeah.
This is 35.
She had a little bit of a tough one. She's been traveling a lot. She's had a lot of tournaments and is still in school too. So
she did tell me on shore that she pulled her back out and her neck was all jacked up. So that was definitely showing there in the slalom.
And we're on to, this looks like
this is Anna at 38.
Gay, yeah. So nailed the trick run and a pretty decent size gate. That's a solid
a good
score.
Score for her, yeah.
You know, you don't think of Anna as a slalom skier, but you know, as her world champion trick skier, but she skis great in all 3 events.
Here's Sasha at 38 off.
This was a battle for her, but she got it done, and just speaks to the volume of the level of competitors. But she got through this 38 off pass, but with the fall and tricks, she wasn't able to make it through into the final.
Yeah, she comes back here and runs 1 at. Well, here comes Paige.
Another one that ran that 38 off pass. I think this is the 11.25 right here. Very consistent skier, Paige. Always gets the job done. She's always around 9,000 points and through this 38 off pass. Jumping's probably her weak event, but she's still up in the 150-foot area, so class scores in all 3 events.
Who's this?
This is Paige's 39,
oh,
which
that's
she scored
Paige's
1.
39,
yep.
yeah. And here's Kennedy. Here's where Kennedy went wrong for her. She skied incredible in tricks, had a great trick score. Came out a little cautious here. 35 off. This should be an easy pass for her. And she ends up missing 6 ball. And all she rode, and that really, really hurt her overall score. So this is Tanguy at the 11.25.
I think that's Eduardo, and he picked up 2 at 39 there. He was pretty happy with that score. I think his best is around 3 or 4 at 39. Now we're on to Martin Coleman. He had an unfortunate early miss. We talked about earlier, nailed the tricks, but slalom came up short. I think we was 4 at 38. So he's looking to add at least a pass to that today. That's the beauty of this event. They're going to go back out, clean slate, and they go from scratch again. See the disappointment on his face there as he missed his 38. This is Dorian. He had a big run in the slalom, but fell just a little bit shy of running this 39 off pass. Had a bit of a slow number 1, picked up 2. He's got a great onside, doesn't he? But this is so short, this pass. You can't get behind. See him start to lose a little time there at 4 and 5, and that was it. 5, still a class score for Dorian. That with his tricks over 11,000 points, he was setting up for a very good overall score so far. And here's Joel just getting the job done. He's getting in deep on a few of those onside turns. 1, 3, 5. Nails 5, and it was kind of weird. I thought he had this pass, but kind of stood up a bit funny and missed the exit gates. The skiers, Hank, they got to go around all 6 buoys, out the exit gates to get the full 6 buoys and carry on.
Yep, you've got to get all 6. You got to come in through the gates and not miss the gates, which has caught a couple of people off guard. You've got to go in between the 2 buoys coming into the course. Those are called the gates, and then you've got to exit out through the gates. And if you don't do that, you're done. The pass comes to an end, and they bring it back to the dock.
Well, I think we're going to just cut to a commercial, and then the skiers are ready on the dock, so we're just going to cut to a quick commercial.
All righty, here we are, everybody.
We're on
The
the
finals. We are here, the 2022 World Water Skis Florida Cup, the final stop on this tour. Been to Austria, France, Calgary, Canada, and now we're in beautiful Polk County in Central Florida at Ski Fluid. And can't thank Ski Fluid, Action Water Sports, and Mastercraft, and of course, Red Bull for being our major sponsors here at this event. And our first skier coming out on the water, Anna Gay.
Aren't we going to get this event started all right? This is former world record holder, over 10,000 points, maybe just shy of 11,000 points. She's actually set a couple of world records here in previous tournaments, and she's starting on toe here today. Going through the surface zones. There's a toe 7 into a toe 5 back. And now a few wake tricks. She is extremely fast, just keeps that rope leg in close, bangs out the toe 5 front. Now she's going to do some wake tricks, some step tricks. One of the fastest toe trickers you'll ever see. And she's probably being a little bit conservative to make sure she stands up this run, but that is a huge toe pass, no question about it there for Anna Gay.
Wow, she makes it look so easy. Listen to this, a 2-time MUBA Masters champion, 2-time U.S. Open trick champion, 2-time U.S. Masters trick champion, a junior world trick champion, an under 21 world trick champion, under 21 world overall champion, and 3 world trick championships.
Okay, so on the left of your screen, you can see the trick run getting added up there, the I-trick performance coming through, and you see the points accumulated as she goes through, adding everything together to her first pass score.
Yeah, this is the new eye trick, and it's coming up instantly fast, and you can actually see the review. When they question one trick, that red, the judge is actually going to go back and review it one last time, so you might see the scores, but it's coming out super fast.
And what kind of points does she lose on that, Jarrett?
That's 480 points on that toe line O, so that's a big deal. We'll watch it right here.
Well, she is usually a very clean tricker, isn't she, Jarrett? So let's watch it.
Right here, right?
Yeah, I
thought that was pretty solid.
Yeah, I think there was a toe line back-to-back here. I think she got away from it a little bit. Yeah, foot went in the water. That one she might lose. We'll see what the judges say, but she bangs in a few extra points at the end there, and a solid pass. I think just over around 4,000 points there for Anna's first pass.
So, Kiwi, what are the officials looking for when they say you're going to lose a trick? How come they lose that trick? What happens?
So the toe line tricks, they've got to make sure the whole rotation is done in the air, and they also got to make sure that their foot or the line doesn't go in the water while the ski is going over it. So as you saw on that toe line back-to-back, which has the red mark to it, her foot kind of hit the water, and the judge went, no, that's not credit. It's not executed correctly. So then she gets deducted those points. You can see a 0 there. Her first pass, 4,040. Great first pass, though, but missing 480 points. It's going to impact her overall score a little bit.
So now she comes back, and we call this the hand pass. Why do they do the toe pass first and then the hand pass? Is there a strategy to that?
Well, it depends on some skiers, like tailwinds or headwinds. I always like to do my toes into the headwind and do my have a little, because the wind pushes you and you lose the line a little bit. Some people want the tighter line, but that's always a preference. If you want to go really fast, in my opinion, toes, you want the line super tight, so it makes it really hard, but Anna's selected to go into the headwind here on the hand pass.
Starting off with a few wake tricks, a couple of ski line tricks. There's a huge front flip. She does that well. Into a half twist and the reverse. Here she's packing up big points. They're all 750, 800-point tricks here. Now we're going to go into the back-to-back moves. Full 360 twisting flips, back-to-back, and the reverse. Big run, a few little tricks at the end, and she's throwing the first. That's huge.
Yeah, really good run.
Jarrett?
Little wide on a couple of flips there, losing a little bit of time, but like that was a better score than I think yesterday. So we're right around 10,000.
You know what's so amazing as you watch this is how one trick actually leads into the next trick. As you're landing from one trick, you already have set yourself up to do the next trick, and it just happens so automatically.
Yeah, well, let's watch this replay, Jarrett, and we'll see what, Hank, you're talking about there. Lands this wake five back, edging straight back into ski line back-to-back. No time loss. It's going straight into a ski line back over the rope, 180 degrees. And here's that big front flip. Lands it clean, and no time loss going into the reverse half twist. Like you said, Jarrett, she went a little wide there and that one. So she lost a little time, and hopefully she's not going to lose these last two tricks because they're big points. The ski has 20 seconds, right? So anything not done in that 20 seconds, they don't get the points for it.
Yeah, banging everything in there, little garbage tricks at the end and throwing the fist. So, you know, she was pretty pumped about that. But, Hank, yeah, when you learn a trick, not only do you have to learn the trick, but when you learn the trick, then you have to actually learn it with another trick, which is like relearning the trick. So we're going to go probably down to the dock.
I think we're going to keep on the water here with Paige. She's
Paige.
just left the dock. We saw a score come through for Anna's second pass, 48.80. I think that's going to be reviewed here in a second, totaling around 9,000 points there. But we'll get the judges to confirm things as Paige sets up for her toe pass, also choosing to start on toe. Maybe that little tailwind pushing her down is the reason she's starting on toe. And like we said, very consistent. Her father runs a ski school right here in Central Florida, and she does a lot of training all three events. Tricks are probably one of her strongest events, this and slalom. And I think she's been a medalist at Under 21 World Championships and a number of other big events over the course of the year. So we see a little bit of change of pace here. She's not quite as quick. Oh, no. She grabbed the rope, and she's gone down on a toe 5 front.
That has been this weekend, quite a few skiers just going down on that trick. Everyone gets ahead of themselves. It's kind of a basic trick, and they start spinning so fast that they lose control of the line and just end up going down. And funny that she went down with a tailwind here, coming up a bit short. So here we have the toe 7, front to front, 720 degrees to a 540 to a back, to a 360 over the wake, another 360, surface 360s to a 540 and to a wrap in 360, and just sitting back, just not finishing on her toes and out the back, and there's no way she can pull out of that. The only thing that she could have done is just let go of the rope and try to go to the toe back, but there's no way the pin person can't do anything at that point.
I think we're going to head to the dock now and see who Rob Hazelwood's got with us.
All right, we're here with Anna Gay, your first ever WorldWaterSkiers final. How does it feel?
It feels great. It's so fun to be a part of an overall tournament. This is my first one for the year, so I'm super excited, and I'm super excited to be in the finals.
How did that first trick one go for you?
It was good. I stood up. I mean, for me, for overall, trick is so important, and so for standing up, I was super happy.
Yeah, I can imagine it's a little bit of a relief to get that done with, but great skiing. We look forward to seeing you next in the next event, and let's head back to the studio.
Just hearing from Anna Gay there, and her score coming through, official score at 10,350 is what we've got coming through. We'll confirm that, but that is a huge score. That's somewhere we expected it to be, over 10,000. She did miss that toe line back-to-back we saw, but nailed all those flips, and her records have been up over 10.6, 10.7, 10.8.
She's going to need that, Kiwi. Yesterday, 94, but this is her strongest event, and she is jumping on the 5 foot. She has not been jumping a lot. She's going to be going into events. You got to pull out your big stops when you need it, and she did it today, so that's pretty awesome.
And a score coming through for 21.40 for that first pass for Paige. She's got her work cut out for her now. An early fall halfway through that toe pass. She's going to have to do a big hand run. She's got a lot of flips, and she's going to have to slalom extremely well and post a massive jump to catch up to these other girls with that early fall. She's going to give it her best shot, but like I said, the work's cut out for her here for Paige. All right, setting up now, just a little bit of a setup trick. She does a little wake back out. Time doesn't start until that first trick. Yeah, ski line back-to-back, over the rope, back-to-back. There's a 540 and the reverse, and another 540 to the back. Now we're going to move straight into the flips, and she is quick, wake to wake, with two regular flips, and now we go into some half twists. She's gone a little wide, lost a little time there for Paige. Hopefully she can squeeze this last one in. It's just a back to front and a solid hand pass for Paige, but maybe not quite getting the score she's looking for today.
Yeah, I could just see there's no power at the end. No, her adrenaline is gone. She's so disappointed at this moment. So.
Well, kind of like popping the balloon, you know. It's like
tricks is so tough.
If they are
One
so
mistake,
tough,
one
and
mistake.
that one little mistake just knocks you out of the competition.
Yeah,
and
it's
that's hard to
so
come
much
back.
time you got to put into tricks, and tricks is like, especially hands. I like to go off the dock and toes because at least you get into the pace and you can, it's not so. But hands, it's like flat out. It's like, boom, let's go. And if you screw up, it's over.
Loving this trick run coming up on the side. The I-Trek program, we see the points just totaling up. And there, the 24.10, now over the past two coming through, 4,000 points so far. 64.10 is her total at this point. So a little shy of what we saw Anna's score, over 10,000.
And that's the thing in overall. You can never, even though she's gone down, she's got to keep her head in the game and say, I got more events, because everybody else can screw up too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you don't know
the
what's gonna
party's
happen
not
next
over
year.
yet. You know, you just got to keep with your game plan and go out there. And you got to, this is where you really need short-term memory. And you just wipe that out and don't forget about it. And let's just get thinking about this next event.
Okay, on the water now, Regina Jaquist, and we talked about her earlier. She is the world slalom record holder. She's pretty much won it all on the slalom ski. She's a very, very handy overall skier. Did it through the juniors, focused on the slalom and jumping of late, but still has got what it takes in the trick event as well. And she had a knee injury about a year and a half ago or so, but she's come back well in the slalom event. This is the first time we've seen her on the trick ski, and maybe the second time we've seen her on the jump skis, but doing it well yesterday and currently in second seed.
Yeah, Regina, this is one of her, she's definitely a super strong overall skier, best in the world, no weak event. But this knee brace, she's been telling me, a little difficult. It's so cumbersome trying to figure things out. Probably the strength is not quite there yet.
So another stand-up pass there for Regina, the toe pass. You know, she's dropped a couple things probably from what she can score. You know, some of her bigger tricks towards the end just because of the time on the water and that knee brace you're talking about. But still, very good points there. And again, we're going to watch her dominate in the slalom event. That's where she's going to mass up the huge points.
Yeah, she just bails on this reverse toeing back-to-back.
Thank you so much for all the dinner you've given me this year.
Good solid toes here. These are easy for her, and she's going to wrap in. Does the toe go? Normally she would do a toe line O here. She's doing a toe line back. Definitely scaled back. But it's so good to see her back on the water. She's smiling. It's been a tough year, and I know she's a super competitor. She wants to be back on that jump.
There's no one more determined on the water than Regina Jaquist, especially when she gets on that slalom ski. She fights through it all, and she's fought back from that injury and got back on the water extremely quick, and now back in all three events.
Well, she's been at it for an entire lifetime. The first time I saw Regina skiing in the U.S. Open, the U.S. Open, the real deal, 12 years old, and finishing the trick event, finishes in third place against the best pro women skiers in the world. And at that point I said, I think we're really onto something here. I think this kid's really going to turn out to be sensational, and she's going to go down in history probably as the greatest women's water skier. There's a number of
Well, she's still doing it. She's now 38 years old and still doing it and still winning events and setting records. So
just amazing.
Yep, she's not done yet. I don't think she's got a lot of time on the water left.
Well, you know, if you get a chance, go to WorldWaterSkiers.com, the official website of the Florida Cup, and really would like you to get involved in the World Water Skiers. You can be a pro athlete, a novice, grandma and grandpa can even join. So we'll talk more about that during the event as we're getting ready to pull Regina back up on the water for trick pass number 2.
Okay, Regina Jaquist now setting up for her hand pass, coming back in. She's got a lot of flips at the end of this pass too. She might have dialed them back a little bit. We saw a preliminary score there for pass number 1, 3,080. And looking at scoring around 3,600 or so on this pass if she can stand most of it up. I think she'd be pretty happy with the score over 6,000, close to 7,000 points. There it is, 3,080 on pass 1. And here she goes. She might dial things up a little bit. She could have took it a little bit easier in the prelim to stand up. There's 2 wake 5s going for a ski line back-to-back. That's some big points. Now setting up for some flips. I think she's got 4 or 5 here today for us. Regular, reverse. This one's a half twisting, landing backwards, coming front. Now we're back to front. And just some extra tricks at the end. Very good skiing from Regina Drakequist. 2 stand-up passes.
Yeah, solid. There's a few back-to-backs and a few things that are missing, but you can definitely see her panting and just getting back on the water and getting her ski muscles back in shape. But it's incredible to see her stand up that second pass. Best.
Alrighty, well, for you folks out there watching, hey, we'd really love you to go to WorldWaterSkiers.com, click on Florida Cup, which will be featured on the homepage. All the tabs are laid out for you, the schedule, athletes, profiles, live scores, and the live webcast button. So you can be watching all this great action that we've got going on today. You can click on the athletes and learn about each one of the athletes as they come on the water, or after you've seen them ski. If you got a little time later on in the day, you can always go back and check out all this great information. So WorldWaterSkiers.com. And just a big shout out to all of the sponsors that have made this possible. It's just a huge event and takes a lot of support, and we want to thank those folks. Can't thank them enough. Of course, Aqua Ski, Action Water Sports, Mastercraft, Ski Fluid. Thank you so much, our local sponsors, and then our tour sponsors, Choir Clothing, Center Nautique, White Cross, Stream Makers, and Red Bull. Couldn't be here without the support of Red Bull. Thank you all so much. And now we're bringing in Hannah.
Okay, Hannah Streltsova. She is coming in on the toe pass as well. All these girls deciding to start off with their toe run so far. And she was our top contender after preliminary rounds. She had a huge jump, 181, 4 at 38, and I think she was around the 8,000 points in the tricking event. I was very impressed. I hadn't seen her trick too much, but yeah, she gets it done on this trick. So you watch these toe surface turns into toe wake back-to-back. She keeps everything tight, quick, as a lot of the Russian skiers do. It's fast spins, keeps that rope leg in close, and into toe wake O. I love this toe line O. Very, very clean, and packing on some points here at the end. Toe line back-to-back, and just a few 180s. A good, easy stand-up pass. Every time I saw her on the water, she was training here during the week. Every time I saw her go out there, she was nailing that pass. So yeah, it's like clockwork for Hannah out there.
A lot of repetition, Kiwi, just doing it over and over and over again. So when you're out there, you're really not thinking that much as you are just going through the motions.
For sure, Hank. These guys are on cruise control when it comes to this. You know, there's no time to think about it. They've done this run, these routines, just hundreds and hundreds of times, and you know, they just kind of close their mind off and get the job done. And so very, very quick and transitioning smoothly into the toe wake tricks. Look at that toe line. I love the way she does that, Jarrett. It's kind of a common way that some of the Russians do their toe line tricks. Very clean.
Yeah,
keeps her body
European
upright.
style
Yeah,
there,
exactly.
Yeah. The full toe backs and.
Do you learn this as an athlete that it's drilled into you? It's not doing the trick that's so important. It's doing the trick correctly that's important, and getting the right height off the wake when you're doing wake tricks, and really working on proper technique, because if you don't do the trick properly, you're not going to get scored on it.
Yeah, definitely how you learn the tricks. As long as you're, I try to teach, upright and use a lot of leg power. Old days, if you're stiff in the upper body and the legs stiffen up, you end up going to travel. You're just not going to be as fast, later on. You can still ski okay, but these guys are so efficient. Their legs are so powerful. They're so, right centered over their ski, and that's why they can move so fast from trick to trick.
Well, there you just saw her coach, Jay Bennett, one of the best coaches in the world down at Bennett Ski School, and what an amazing job he's done, and what great athletes he's coached over the years. And talking with Jay yesterday about Hannah, and he says she's got some big jumps in her yet. We saw some big ones yesterday, but she's got more guns than that maybe we'll get to see one of those super jumps
Hank,
today.
I'm really
Kiwi.
looking forward to watch some of the get out there jumping. In training, I thought I saw her go close to 190. You spoke about the world record here. Yeah, it's Jacinda Carroll. I'm going to give a shout out to her. She's gone over 200 feet here last year at the Mastercraft Pro. And I know Hannah's chasing.
She should be here, right?
Yeah, she should be here. She's a top overall skier too. So g'day to to just send it back in Australia. Here's Hannah on her hand pass. Looking points available, 41.70. So she doesn't have maybe quite the same level of flips as we saw maybe Anna. That first pass was 4,070, which is a huge toe run. Hopefully she can get through this. She's dropped a couple of little ones out at the start. I saw her doing some ski line back-to-backs earlier this week, but going on the safe side. Here's the half twist, and followed with a back to front. There's a big one coming up here. It's a back-to-back mob. Hopefully she can land it. Yes. And hey, another stand-up pass, guys.
Yeah. And all in, time good. So banging everything in there, not losing. She's kind of been not considered an overall skier, so many years, and she was like right there so many times to win the world championships. And here she comes out and she's top seed.
Well, that was impressive. I just am amazed how they have such awareness in the air. I mean, to do these flips and to land them the way that they do, and you go right back into the next trick. How do you learn that, Jared? How do you learn to know where you are in the air when you're doing these flips with twists and?
Yeah, it's funny. I guess you do it so much. You got a feel for the wake, and you switch from one boat to another. The wake's a little bit different, and then you have to do a few sets just to adapt because they're shaped differently. So your timing is off. But these guys are so good and so powerful, and you have to load the rope up at the right time because all the energy goes in the rope, and you just got to explode off the wake. And yeah, there's so much athleticism in it, and the power. These athletes are absolutely incredible, and it's great that we can showcase them here today.
All right, let's shoot down to the dock.
Yeah, let's shoot down to the dock and see who Rob's got.
All right, we have Natalia Bernikova-Travers, the world record holder right now in overall. Natalia, what do you think of this Pro Tour for overall?
To be honest, I'm a little bit jealous that I'm not skiing right now because conditions are awesome, and it's so nice to have overall back to Pro Tour.
Thanks, Natty. And you think we could get you out there maybe?
Maybe not.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Thank you.
All right, we're back getting ready now for the Open Men's, the trick event.
Oh, that was Lauren down there. She got me off guard there with Natty. That's pretty awesome. Two legends in the sport, and Lauren actually did hurt her knee here a couple months ago.
Yeah, about a month ago. Yeah, she just had surgery, so she'll be back. She's a tough competitor, and it was unfortunate to see her end the season that way. But like I said, she's pretty tough, and she's been jumping exceptionally well, and well in the 80s. And
actually, talking about records here, doesn't Natty have the record here?
She did, yeah. So it was probably maybe around 2012. I'm going to say 2013. She broke the world overall record here and the world jump record, 192. And I think, I can't remember her other performances, 3 at 38 and maybe 10,000 points, which was an overall world record at the time. She's since eclipsed that just down the road at the Travers Ski School. And I think that record still holds, so that's a tough one to beat. She's still gripping onto that one tightly. A lot of these overall competitors are chasing it down, but firmly in control, Natalia still. We've got some sort of preliminary scores coming in now. We believe Anna Gay's been maybe lost a couple tricks, maybe that toe line back-to-back, and maybe one of her mobs out of time, the back-to-back flips at the end, which was huge points. And that kind of makes sense, losing over 1,000 points, and she's dropped down to 89.20. We'll get confirmation of that. Paige, Rini around 6,900. We saw that early fall from her. And Regina taking it easy, but still clocking up 6,600 points. And I'd say Hannah, with a 4,000 point toe run, she's going to be right around that 8,000, which she did in the preliminary rounds. Okay, on the water, Tanguy Dylan, he from France. And he and his brother both top overall skiers, 10,000, 11,000 points, running 39 and jumping well over 200 feet. So he's going through his surface turns right now into the wakes. A lot of similarities with the with the starts of their runs, but unfortunately there for Tanguy, he's gone a little big on the toe line nose, slipped out. And just like we saw for Paige, it's hard to come back from that early fall.
Yeah, and yesterday he had a little bobbles, a few here and there, not too bad in toes, and then he went down on his hand, so his points were down in the 83 range, but he could definitely ski close to 11,000 points, and just getting a decent start here. A little all over, but I know that sometimes he gets that that taken. So maybe in the head he's just thinking, maybe I just need to go a little bit bigger than I normally do just to make sure I get credit, and he overdoes it.
Yeah, maybe so. The overdoes it thing, I agree with you there, Jared. The other thing is, too, this guy's off the dock first. He doesn't know what the pace is going to be. He's got to go out there and just let loose. And you know, he doesn't have the scores on the board quite like our top few competitors. So he has to just go for it. I think he was going pretty fast at the start of that run, trying to push it a little bit and maybe just going a little too fast. But he's got nothing to lose. You know, he knew he has to, go big on that run, and he was going for it.
Yeah, provisional score there, 24.60. So halfway through the run, not the best way to start, but still, hand run is not. You can rack up a lot more points in your hand run than your toe run. So, and he's got some huge tricks that we're going to see here.
Now, what we're watching here is he's changing skis out as he's on the back of the boat. Why is that? They've got a ski for your toes and a ski for your hand pass.
Yeah, skis are set up a little bit different. They want a little more pop in the hands, a little stiffer, so they go a little bit wider, a little longer. It varies from the size of the skier, and then when you typically in the toes, they go to a smaller ski to be a little bit quicker and to get over the line. It's not quite as buoyant, so it is your choice, and everybody's kind of trying to find the right mix, and it gets awfully complicated when you try to pack your bag and get on the airlines, and
Yeah, that's the other thing that we haven't mentioned. How do you go from one country to another and carrying all that?
Swimming would have been a lot easier. Tennis.
Jumpers, tricks, slalom, vests, harnesses. It's a lot to haul around.
So a little moment of reflection in the water for Tanguy as he sets up for the hand pass. Like Jarrett was saying, probably 60% of the points in these trick runs come from the hand pass. They can do variations of the flips, front flips, back flips, full twisting. So maybe 60% of their run will come from this hand pass. So he's got a little work to do. He's got to catch up from some missed tricks in the toe run. And we saw some of the girls with some big flips, but I think you'll probably notice a little bit of a difference with the guys, throwing in maybe some different variations, going over the rope through some of their flips as well, and maybe a few more front flips out there for these guys.
So now we just got to focus on this run. Short-term memory, forget what happened in trick pass number one. Let's focus on dialing this one in and making it smooth and steady and getting all the tricks in.
For sure, Hank. As we were saying, there's 5 guys in this final. We cut it down to 5 guys. So anything can happen. If one or two of these other guys go down early in their trick runs, he'll be fighting for a position on the podium. So he's not out of it yet. He's got some work to do. But if he can stand up this hand pass, which could likely be around 6,000 points, that coupled with his toe run of 2,400, he'd still have a pretty decent trick score going into the slalom and the jump.
Here we go. Tanguy, trick pass number 2. And
a lot of these skiers, you'll notice, will start off turning backwards, coming into the wake, and doing a full twisting backflip from back position to back position, and then doing the reverse. There it goes. Turning back to back, now a front flip with a half twist. Lands that a little bit crouched. Half twist and a reverse. That's a full flip with a half twist. 180. Ski line back to back over the rope. Now going into some ski line tricks. There's a ski line O. 360 over the rope. Ski line back. A big front flip at the end. Hopefully that's in time. And just dropping the handle. Wake fight back. I think that was on the buzzer anyway. So he's done his job in his hand pass. Let's see where the score stacks up. The eye trick coming through as we watch the replay. There's that reverse back-to-back mob and the front flip turning from back to front. Like I said, some variations in these flips. Going into a ski line back-to-back over the rope. And this is where they add still big points, for these ski line tricks. They're 400, 500, 600-point tricks. And the front flip, 800 points right at the end. I think that's in time. Dropping the handle, Jarrett. A good run, though, for Tanguy Daland.
Yeah, the two brothers. His brother just getting out of the boat there. An incredible overall skier. Had back injury a couple years ago, but one of the best overall skiers in the world. Dorian, there's a bunch of guys all up near at Jack Travers, living out at Swiss. Rob Hazelwood, they're all hanging out, having a good time. So I think they're skiing a little bit because they're skiing all right. So.
Well, we got a moment here. Let's talk about WWS for just 1 second. Jarrett, what a great platform you've put together for skiing. It's like the Facebook of water skiing.
Yeah, it's this side of it. I mean, Kyle and I have been traveling all over the world. We know, pro skiing. This is more of the lipstick. This is the fun part. This is the part that we want to support the skiers. This is where the sport's all about. But World Water Skiers is about the hub, trying to help clubs. Kyle actually has been incredible about helping us out, tweaking, asking. We go, what do you want? What do you want it to do? It's, it's registration, it's sanctioning, it's everything. It's a free website, and everybody can join. And your mother, everybody can get involved with the sport, and all the clubs around the world, please join and get involved, and then the whole system will work better when we all engage together.
Fantastic. You've done an amazing job. The Llewellyn family have just been incredible, and all the help you've gotten as well. Well, here we go. Kyle coming in, trick pass number 1.
Yeah, so on the water, Martin Coleman, he was fourth after the preliminary rounds. This guy has won the World Championships in 2019 in Malaysia in some difficult conditions. He got it done on the trick ski, he got it done on the slalom ski, and came through on the jumping to win the overall crown. And so he's a tough competitor. Like I said, he had the biggest score yesterday, 11,510, and fell short a little bit in slalom, but a solid jump. He's a consistent tricker. Over the rope there, toe line O, toe line back. Here's the big one, toe line 5. That's a huge trick. He does that so nicely and clean.
Jeepers, that's so nice.
And that's a fast run. Big points here.
Wow.
Big. That was unreal.
Wow.
I love this. He works so hard. This guy works for good, traveling all over the country, putting on camps, and still able to go out here and do 3 event. And he struggled all year. He knew that he wanted to support it, and I totally appreciate him doing that. But anytime you need anything, put in an anchor, surveying the course, anything that needs to be done, he's the guy that'll jump in and do it.
Oh, I was talking to Jay Bennett yesterday. We were talking about Martin for a little bit, and he said, this guy doesn't expect anything from anybody. He comes in, he helps out, he'll do whatever as a help you put in the course and be a tech, and he just is a fantastic human being. Jay couldn't have said enough nice things about him. And
Yeah, he's just incredible. And he needs that big score, 11.5 yesterday. That pass was bang on. He's on pace to do it again, and I would really love for him to come out last stop here and stomp all 3 events.
Well, it's kind of been a tough year. I mean, as Good Skis, and you said he worked for Good, for those people that are tuning in, Good is a brand of water skis started by Dave Good, and working for them and helping in the design of the skis, as well as promoting the skis and traveling all around the world promoting Good skis. And it takes away from your training time. It makes it tough.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. 3-event skiing is a full-time job. You can't, that's the thing is, and that's why it's so great to have the opportunity. I totally appreciate all the sponsors, all the people that are supporting us here are all personal friends, and they're doing it because they love the sport. They're just in it, and they're like, whatever it takes. And we are trying to do a lot of crazy stuff like Trick Eye and developing this with Donald and working in the background. There's so many things to put this together. And we need the whole industry to engage, and it's hard, and you can't do it full time unless these athletes, can make some money and be able to go out and just train the way they're like other athletes do. These guys just can't do it.
Yeah, when you watch, let's just go to figure skating, and you see all these incredible moves that figure skaters do. They're doing the same type of maneuvers on water, and it's just unbelievable how talented they are and what amazing athletes they are. It's just such a treat to
looking
watch.
at Martin there on the back of the boat, breathing deeply. Look how much energy he's put into that pass. They get a little break at the end of the pass and maybe a minute to climb on the back of the boat, to change your equipment. Deep breathing though, that's a lot of energy to pack into 20 seconds. Flying from one trick to the other, and then come back again on the hand pass, which is even more energy. Explosive flips. We see a score on your screen, 44.10 for pass number 1. There's that toe line back to back. It was his last trick. I don't know. That's maybe not right on the horn there. Maybe out of time. We'll wait and see as that gets confirmed. But let's watch this hand pass now. He's going to come in some big flips, like we saw Tanguy do.
You can see him just telling the boat to scoot someone over. He's trying to balance out the wakes to get him just right.
And here it is. Yeah, starting with that back-to-back mob again, like we saw Tanguy, and the reverse. Going into a front flip, lands that one clean, straight, and he's very fast here. It's staying tight to the wakes. There's 2 half twists. And this is a big flip over the rope, ski line back-to-back flip. Now going to ski line 5 back, ski line 5 front, And now just a couple little last ones to get over. And he's landed it. Ski line back to back. The fist goes up. He knows it's big. At 11,000 something, I would say. And the points start stacking up down the side. 900 points for that ski line back to back flip there.
Now,
as he
Kiwi,
comes
you
into the
brought
dock.
something
Wow.
up very interesting. As he was doing these flips, you were saying he was very tight to the wakes, and meaning that he's not like in some of the other skiers. We've seen him get a little wider on the wakes. Well, that could be maybe a half a second or so that you save on being closer to the wake by being tight. You're not getting too far away from the boat, and every microsecond is so critical on these passes.
Oh, exactly, yeah. Saving lots of time there, Jarrett.
There's nothing worse than losing your last trick by a couple frames, and it's a 400 or 500 point trick.
That's how exact it is, though, isn't it? The judges that are watching this review it to each frame, and that trick has got to be completed before that 20 seconds is up. We're still getting a review, but look at that score, 68.70 possibly on pass number 2, adding up to 11,280, still under review,
wow.
but wow.
And how much was the trick worth that he didn't get credit for at the end of trick pass number 1?
We're looking at
480,
480 for the toe line back-to-back.
Which would have put him back up to the 12.5 run, which he had yesterday. So maybe they're going to
11.5 yesterday, 11.5, yeah.
Oh, sorry, 11.5.
So he's obviously picked something else up there over yesterday, 11.280 without that toe line back-to-back. Things are now confirmed, 68.70 and 11.280 so far. A huge score. He's going to be very, very happy, but he knows he's got to go back to the drawing board with the slalom ski and get that 38 off pass and well down 39 to maybe put some pressure on the top couple guys after him. Right about now, Jarrett, this is when the story starts to unfold a little bit, doesn't it? You know, you see some scores start to pile up. People start to see what others have done. They kind of may change their strategy, what they're going to go out and try and do. We've still got some competitors on the dock. But Eduardo's seen these first couple guys go out. He knows there's a big score on the board already, and he's going to have to...
yeah, the pace has been set.
Yep. Eduardo, he did well yesterday. He's our 3rd seed. He did well in all 3 events.
He had a ripper of a jump yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's up there close to his best, 206. But very talented trick skier. Light guy, bounces back and forth in these toe tricks pretty quick. And going through here, toe wake 360, and now over the rope. Again, you see the similarities with the start of these runs. A lot of guys, similar sort of structure as they go through their surface turns and then into the more difficult toe line tricks. That's a big one, that toe line 5, and you'll see if, most of these guys do that trick. 600 points, is it, Jarrett? Something like that?
Yep, 600 points, but you can just see the little bit of the different pace that Martin's toes, he's just flying through it. Eduardo's looks very clean, a little bit slower.
So
right
I guess we should explain too that although he was seated, so yesterday this way the seating is, although Martin had the highest trick score, he's seated based on his overall score. That's why we saw him come out 2nd. And Eduardo, although his trick score wasn't as high as some of the other ones, he's come out a little bit later because his overall score was very high.
Yeah, everybody's seated off their overall score right there near the end. Probably ran out of time. That toe line front's no credit. Looks like actually the toe line 5 might be out of time too. So that's a big, big trick to lose right at the end. 600 points. So even that toe line O is being questioned. It's not confirmed, but definitely a couple big tricks, 480 and the 600 points. So definitely that's going to hurt a little bit. Yeah, everybody, you'll actually see the gold bib that Dorian will be. He's the tour champion from last year. The red bib is the leader of the tour, and Joel will be sporting that. Actually, Brooke Baldwin is not here. She has an injury, unfortunately. We saw all the girls go out and ski incredibly well, and Brooke has been to all the stops and has skied incredibly well this year and had a back injury and had to pull out before this event. She's here, but unfortunately not on the water today.
All right, Eduardo's changed his gear. He's had his minute on the back of the boat to regain some energy, take a breath, focus on this next hand pass. And as we come into the course, we'll take a moment to talk about the boats we're using today. The Mastercraft ProStar, the best boat in the business. And we're right outside Action Water Sports, who's the local Mastercraft dealership.
Yeah, one of the biggest Mastercraft dealers in the world, right? Five dealerships?
Yeah,
4
5 dealerships. Yep, one here, and this is a fairly new one. Been here about 4 years now, making an impact into Central Florida skiing.
And that shop is absolutely insane over there.
Beautiful pro shop and showroom there. So looking for your new towboat, then that's the place to go. Action Watersports. And here's Eduardo coming in. There's that back to front front flip that we saw from Martin Coleman, and more front flips, 3 front flips in that run, stacking on some big points, going a little slow to make sure he gets through it, having some trouble on ski line 5 front, but standing up, and I would say,
nice
looking
run.
at another 10,000 point run, Jared.
Yeah, he's going to be a little bit off, I think, his performance from yesterday because of his toes, but hand run, I love his hands, straight up and down, lots of pop. He keeps it nice and tight, switches from one right into the switch front, right into the next one. No losing time on the wakes here. Huge front. Another front. That's as quick as you can do them. Ski line 360, ski line 5. Had a little problem there, little time lost into the 5s. But a solid run. And that's what you need for overall to continue.
All right, shifting gears now. Dorian Llewellyn is our next competitor on the water, as scores roll in there for Eduardo. 88.50 at this point. A few tricks to be reviewed. But Martin Coleman still standing it well out in front so far with that 11,000 point trick run.
But how's the conditions right now? I mean, just, I don't know, even if I was tricking or slaloming and the conditions were like this and they hold, I'm just so excited because I know jumping's my last event and this is just unreal. And if you're at your place and I know it's dialed in and we're gonna fly.
No, it doesn't get any better than this. You know, there's a slight ripple on the water, a little bit of that wind coming through, maybe it's 5 mile an hour, 8 kilometer an hour headwind, which our jumpers are going to love later on. Hopefully some huge distances. We've seen, you can see it there, just the breeze just blowing in, keeps our jumpers up in the air. But also I actually prefer it for slalom and tricks too, having that little ripper on the water. It gives you a little bit of texture. You can feel the ski a little bit better out there. Sometimes glassy water is a little bit harder to ski on, and it shows some of the movement out there on the water. But thing's absolutely perfect. We're starting off well. And Dorian Llewellyn, he's our second seed from yesterday in the prelims. Again, the tow run first.
Well, you know, Dorian won the World Championships in tricking. A 3-event skier wins the World Championships in the tricking event. And on the Canadian World Team that won the Team World Championship. So ended up second in the world overall. So you're watching the best right now, folks.
Yeah, he does his toes pretty well.
So I'm really interested to see what he's going to do here. He's a fast trick skier, but he's got a couple of variations on his run. He's going fast through these early tricks, but he's got some big points at the end, and will he throw the tow line 5 or be safe? I think he's got to go for it with Joel Pollan on the dock after him. There's the tow line back-to-back. Hopefully he can pack it in here. The reverse, comes front, back again, and just a couple slides. He didn't go for the big run, trying to stay safe, trying to stay conservative. He knows he's left a little bit on the water there.
Yeah, he's kind of
doing a little chatter back to
yeah,
the
he's
boat.
kind of chatting to the boat. It looks like he went too big on his first tow line back-to-back, lost his balance. And I think he was planning on doing the tow line front because it's puts him high into the, 11.8, not over 12,
yeah.
but pretty good here. Not straight up over his skiers I normally see him. A little bit back on that tow line O. Lost a little bit of time here. Too big and too far
yeah.
there where he lost a ton of time. Slow here. He wanted to pick up and just lost his balance, probably lost his head a little bit, trying to think, what the heck am I going to finish with? And
when he lost that time on the tow line back-to-back, he probably went, yeah, I got to kind of pack in some little tricks at the end. I can't do the tow line 5, so sort of change strategies there, maybe a little bit at the end. But we're critiquing the end of that pass, and he's absolutely a super run. Look at that. There's so many tricks packed in there.
Yeah, we always call those the garbage tricks, but they're so important that you don't get those garbage tricks in there.
For most mere mortals, they're actually pretty difficult tricks.
Oh my gosh! So, and you know what? Those are the ones you don't think about, and those are the ones that usually bite you in the butt.
Because you're not thinking about them.
Yeah, you think they're too easy. Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, while we got a quick little break here while Dorian's getting ready for trick pass number 2. Can't thank the sponsors enough. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Right here, our local sponsors. You've got Ski Fluid, Action Water Sports, Mastercraft, Aqua Ski Mexico, our major sponsor here for the 2022 Florida Cup. Elixir out of Orlando. We're going to have a little party there tonight for all the skiers. Red Bull, of course, our major sponsor all around the world. Couldn't have done it, Dorian, without Red Bull. Can't thank them enough for their support.
Yeah, no, they're all so good and really good relationships, and I just can't tell you how grateful I am for the relationships that we've had with that group, and they're all kind of on board for next year. So we'll do it bigger and better.
Fantastic. Well, here we go. Trick pass number 2, Dorian Llewellyn.
Back to the water, 44.20. I saw come up there for his first pass. Not a bad first run, but here's the big points here in this hand run, and he does it as good as anybody. Again, starting with those back-to-back mob flips, and he packs it in pretty tight. He stays close to the wakes, goes high on these ones, keeps it clean. Very quick back-to-back. Yeah, similar sort of start to the run. There's that front flip with the half twist. And it's very close, very fast. He's packing them in here. This is going to be a front flip, and then now into some ski line tricks at the end that piles on some points. Ski line 5 and the ski line back-to-back. Change things up a little bit and throwing the ski line 5 right at the end. Hopefully he's got it. Yes.
Yeah. When you see that little pump, you know they're happy with it. That's for sure.
Yeah, a little switch up there, Kyle.
I did, yeah, I saw that.
He usually doesn't do that variation.
Was that planned, or was he just kind of in the wrong
Same
position?
tricks, just different order.
Yeah.
I think he actually thinks the other way's faster, but he might have landed a little off balance. So we'll see what we can.
How do you ad-lib that quick? How do you ad-lib something that quick? I mean, we're talking of a fraction of a second to make that decision.
Yeah, like right here, best in the business is being tight to the wake. His front flip,
so clean,
straight into the next one, right into the 5. Here, typically, you usually do a ski line 5 front. Did the ski line back-to-back to the ski line 0, and finishing with the 5 right there on the hooter.
So, these guys have got the strategy before they go out on the water, but, if they have any issues or they sort of run into any problems or they land slightly different, they have the option to change their proposed trick run and, ad-libbing at the end there, but maybe he was thinking, hey, I could squeeze in a little bit more points by doing it that direction, that way. Huge run, though. I think that's going to be close up to our leader right now. Martin Coleman has 11.280 on the board. Eduardo fell a little bit short, 88.50 with that early fall. Or a couple, he lost a couple tricks. And Tangi, 86.40 with the early fall. Our next skier, the top seed, so far he's leading the tour. This is Joel Poland, exciting tricker. And has he scored over 12,000? It's been very close.
He's tricked 12. He tricked 12 in Spain.
12 in Spain, okay. One of the few guys, the current world record, actually we saw a pending world record go down earlier at this tournament. Pat O'Font, 12,590. So that's an impressive score, but this guy has scored over 12,000 points. Very few skiers have done it. He's one of them. Will he go for it here today? You've seen Dorian go out there and stand up most of his pass, score up over 11,000 points, we're thinking. And I would say he's going to have to leave nothing, no holds barred here on this run, I'd say.
Well, from London, so starting his career, he did a lot of skiing in some cold weather. Didn't have it like he does down here in Florida. And amazing how talented he's developed into a skier.
Joel Poland starting his toe run off a little bit differently with that toe wake 5 back. It's different variation, now moving into some of the similar tricks we saw the other competitors do. Toe 5 front. Now here we go, the toe line 0. And packing in some points, hopefully a big toe line 5 here. He's a little off balance. He's lost a little time. He's slipped. He's gone down. He's lost about the same as yesterday. I think he got a no credit toe line back-to-back and fell on the reverse yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and
but
that's
still scored over 11,000.
Did he need to be a little more patient there, Jarrett?
He nailed the toe line 5. He just didn't set an edge. He took a big hit and then didn't reset his edge. And he does ski behind a nautique, and the Mastercraft, the wake's a little bit different. So he probably just didn't set an edge and get back up over top of the wake and just jumped up and decided to throw it. Didn't pay off today.
So he looked a little out of balance yesterday too on that toe line 5. And you'll watch it here as he goes through his toe line 360 over the rope. Now sitting up toe line back. This is the big trick, toe line 5. It's a huge points, 540 degrees over the rope, but leaning out of balance.
Actually landed, pulled him into the wake, and he tried to, and then it went back the other way, and then tried, he was definitely out of sync with that big hit.
Look at that score, though. Still 4,090 points, even without losing a couple tricks at the end of that pass.
And how many points did he lose by not making those tricks?
That's almost 1,000. It's just under 1,000 points.
Just under 1,000,
That's some big numbers, though, that on the pass.
He normally doesn't get the second tow line. That's like up in the 12,000. He usually gets the one, and the second one is definitely when he tricks over 12. And that's why sometimes, well, you want big tricks. You don't want them all at the end because if you miss it, it hurts. So, but he did a lot of big tricks in there. He did, out from the toe 5 front right into the toe Waco. He didn't do some of the little toe reverses, so he's packing in the big stuff.
So I noticed that Dorian's run was 44.20. So he's down a little bit in toes, I guess, comparatively. The hand pass, you'd say maybe his hand pass is a little bit higher with that big flip 540 over the ski line 540 flip. Is that correct, Jarrett?
Yeah, that thing. Well, I don't even know what that thing's worth. That's almost 950.
950, I think.
That's
yeah,
not
so
even
he might have a little bit more in the bag here for his hand pass than we saw Dorian, but it's going to be very, very tight, and he's going to have to jam it all in that 20-second pass.
I saw on Instagram that Eduardo, there's a couple guys that are doing it, but Joel's been doing it for a while, and in the beginning it was like, man, that's so risky, but now he does it like a wig back-to-back.
He never drops it out. Sometimes they have those big trips and they'll kind of drop it out if they want to go for a kind of conservative run, but he doesn't even think twice about it now. So 4,090 we're seeing for pass 1. Here he is, pass number 2. And this guy can do it all on the trick ski. He's a very, very quick flipper. Gets through these back-to-back.
No!
And that is unbelievable for Joel Poland.
Yeah,
we
haven't seen that.
Pigeons there a little bit.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen it, but absolutely huge on the first one. It was so tight to the wake, and he launched the second one so big, and he sucked the tail. And you suck the tail. There's no pulling out of that.
That is a hard fall. So unfortunate there for Joel, our current tour leader, going down early. And like we said earlier, this overall event is cutthroat. There's no mistakes allowed. You don't get a second chance. And Joel is going to struggle from here, and sitting in like Martin Coleman's position, or even Eduardo with a pretty handy score on the board of 88.50, and obviously for Dorian, depending on his score coming through, those guys are licking their lips right now, I'd say.
Yeah, it changes the game.
Wow.
Joel's had such an incredible season, winning 2 events, coming second. All these guys, prelims have been switching it up all year, and it's paid off for Joel, but just not today. So he's going to struggle to come back, but you never know. Going down on your hand passes, that definitely hurts.
Well, boy, I'll tell you, he has a list of accomplishments. World champion overall, 21-time world record holder, overall champion, won a Masters jump championship.
Yeah, no, he's last year was a huge year for Joel Poland. He broke the world record a couple of times, won the world championships and overall, and he's been dominating, on this tour. I'm gonna announce it. He had a bit of a stack a few days ago, Jarrett.
Yeah,
he slipped out the back, and I think it was actually a little bit more than a slip. So he might be feeling that, and that might have got to him. It didn't affect him in the first round. he got through his trick runs.
Well, after a crash a couple days later, how everything seizes up, and
he's probably running on adrenaline right now,
and everything is just probably jacked. But he's not whining about it. But we're gonna head to the dock in a second, and
yeah, we're just taking a few moments here to change the course up. We've finished the tricking event. We're going to go on to the women's slalom. So the same 4 girls are taking their slalom skis down to the dock as we speak. The course is getting changed. We're getting set up, and we'll be going.
This looked really good. How are you feeling going into slalom?
Good. It's one event at a time. Trick went well. The conditions look awesome, so I'm excited to slalom, and we'll see what happens.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, and we are back now as we get set up for the open women's slalom. And we're going to take a second here to welcome Aaron Larkin. And he's going to run us through some of the slalom action with us. Welcome, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kiwi. It's good to be here. It was an exciting trick event we obviously just saw there. And the slalom event is going to prove to be just that as well. So great conditions. Going to be consummates of some fantastic scores.
And we're going to move into this open women's slalom final. Working the same order as we saw earlier. Anna Gay will be kicking things off. We saw her earlier with a 2 at 38 in the first round. Then we'll be going into Paige Rini. She was into 39. Hannah Streltsova and, of course, Regina Jacobs, who dominated with the 1 at 41. And then Hannah Streltsova, our top seed. So that's the order they'll be kicking things off. And we'll give it a few more minutes as we just kind of change up boats and change courses. Aaron, you've traveled the world. You've skied a lot of pro events. Now you're working just across the road from me here at Action Watersports, one of the sponsors for the event. Tell us about your role over there and kind of what you've been doing since your shift out of pro skiing.
Yeah, well, it was, I obviously finished up down in Miami where we had a ski school down there, and we moved to Australia for a couple of years and ended up sort of not enjoying it too much, so we came back. And after bouncing around a few jobs, I ended up tying in with my old sponsors with Mastercraft and had an interview with Arne and of course Phil Micklow, Jerry Brower, and now I've been in sales over there for a little over a year. We're one of the largest Mastercraft dealers in the world. The market's been excellent, servicing a great product, and yeah, it's been really good. Obviously, getting my feet wet again in the water ski industry is, it's certainly where my passion lies. And we also deal with not only Mastercraft over there, but Barletta pontoons, both brands being at the higher echelon of the market. There would be probably the Rolls Royce of both industries.
Yep.
So it's been great, and of course the boat market's been awesome. Certainly dipped in the last couple of months, but that's life.
Yeah, and what's been good, Aaron, is I've seen you come over and take a few sets just recently. We'll come back to that, mate. We're going to move to the dock now and see who we've got down there.
Yeah, on the dock, stand by.
All right, I'm here with Paige and Anna. Girls, I just want to hear what you think about this overall tour.
I love it. I mean, this is the first one that I've been to so far, and it's awesome. It's fun to do something a little bit different than our normal pro event. So I'm loving it so far.
Cool, thanks. And what about you, Paige?
I love the format and everything. It kind of feels like Junior Masters, all the events back to back, which is always fun. So I'm really excited to be here.
Yeah, it's cool. I haven't thought about that. I also skied in the overall Junior Masters. It is a lot like that.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, good job, girls, so far, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing from Lauren down there with Anna Gay and Paige Rini, who are about to kick things off here in just a few minutes. Like I said, just getting the courses sorted out. A few of the buoys have to come out to allow the tricks down the side of the course. And these open women's skiers coming out. This boat speed, Aaron, set at 34 mile an hour, 55 Ks for the woman. And for the most part, starting, I would say, 14 metres.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an exciting event there, of course, with Anna Gay. Primarily, she's obviously the world trick champion, but very, very good on the slalom ski, and also very good overall skier with jumping 43.1 metres in the preliminary rounds. But as I say, conditions are good. Wind slightly up and down. It's going to be a tailwind first pass. I would anticipate that most of the girls are going to start at 14 metres. Maybe we'll see the likes of Regina, maybe Paige, start at 13, which is going to give them, the option to have their hard pass into the headwind. That's obviously what there's a little bit of strategy that comes into slalom skiing. It primarily comes around, which wind direction you're facing on the day, and electing what line length to start with, so you get that hard pass into the headwind.
Yeah, so I agree. I think maybe Paige or definitely Regina will opt to start on the 13-metre line, 32 off. Possibly to set up that 39, 10.75 back into the wind. We saw Regina run it in the preliminary rounds. She's run it pretty much every tournament this year she's skied in. So she's quite a ways up in the slalom, but she knows she has to stack some points on in that event to make up for the trick score. The trick score was down a little bit, maybe from, say, Hannah and Anna. She was around 6,500 points. But she knows if she gets at least a pass, maybe pass and a half ahead of some of the other competitors, she'll make up some valuable points. And then it comes down to the jump event, which she's very, very strong at.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, you know, with the overall and the way that it's scored. Of course, you know, if one of the competitors goes out and let's say beats the best of the tournament, so to speak, then all of the coinciding scores from their competitors then obviously get knocked down. So you know, it's a bit of a juggling act in a sense where, you know, let's say Regina can go out in the slalom event and score the same. And then she jumps 3 metres further, and then of course Hannah can go out and jump a little further, and that's where all the scoring becomes a little complicated. But you know, with computer ages these days, it all gets spat out to us, no problems. But it can be a little hard to keep up with, you know, even from a skiing standpoint, trying to figure out what one needs as the tournament progresses.
And you know, in the past, the overall event was kind of dominated a little bit more from jumpers and trickers. You know, especially tricks, you know, it counts that there's a lot of overall points in the trick event, and you know, if you can get your trick score up well over 10,000, or in the girls, you know, even in the girls events right now, over 10,000 points, you get some valuable overall points. The rules kind of changed a little bit to make it a little bit more even, and it brought a few more of the strongest slalom skiers back into the play, and that's why you see here Regina with that big score, you know, sitting herself into second coming into today. And you know, in the men's, well, the men's, to be honest here, to be fair, Aaron, they don't have any weak events. Dorian and Joel Poland both almost running that 39 off pass.
You know, you're absolutely right. I mean, back in the day, it was almost a prerequisite to be less than 5'3" to be a good overall skier. You know, because slalom didn't count for really a lot. And like you say, with the changes in you know, scoring, now slalom has more weight. But as you say, Joel and Dorian with their scores of, you know, 69 metres and a couple at 41 and 11,500. I mean, it's unbelievable. So we're going to go down to the dock and see who Lauren's got down there.
All right, so Edo, you had 2 stand-up passes. How are you feeling going into the slalom event?
Feeling pretty good. Wasn't the cleanest 2 passes. Got cut a lot of tricks, but you know, he's overall can make up in other 2 events. Feel pretty confident for today, though.
Yeah, well, good luck. So how many of these overall tour stops have you been to?
This is my 3rd one this year. I only missed Calgary because of the distance and plane tickets. But yeah, I've done 3, and it's been amazing. Like, this is a wonderful tour. Love it.
Yeah, thanks for supporting it. And so can you just tell us a couple things? What is your favorite part of the tour?
I think that we're missing a little more this tournament. Like, usually we all live all together, all the skiers. I think that's the fun part, just staying with the skiers all the time, ski together, train together, and then get to the tournament together. I think is really cool, and get to like more of the group, and I just love it.
Yeah. Well, thanks again, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like the course has been changed, and we're just getting the other Mastercraft pulling off the dock at the moment. I would suggest they're going to do a simulation pass just to make sure that the water conditions are exactly the same for everybody. So I'd anticipate we're going to be underway here in the next, let's say, a minute or 2. With the first skier being Anna Gay, she ran 2 buoys at 11.25 metres or 38 off yesterday in the preliminary rounds. She's currently sitting in 4th place in the overall competition. With a total of, yesterday's total of 42.437. Only just narrowly 40-odd points behind Paige Reaney. So she's going to want to up her personal best, or at least the best in the tournament. Anything she can do out there that's more than that too is obviously going to gain her more overall points, and you know, who knows? We'll maybe see her on the podium a little later this afternoon.
Yeah, no, interesting, Aaron, to look at those overall points. Hannah leading with 26.60. But only maybe a couple of hundred overall points in it yesterday. Dropped down to fourth was 24.37, and Paige just above that. So very tight in the overall competition so far. Regina right there in the middle. But the good thing is, good thing for us, the entertainment factor is those scores get wiped away. These guys are coming off with basically 0 right now, and they've got they've had their trick scores, and they'll get their overall points from that coming through shortly. But then, it's a clean slate as we go into the slalom event.
Yeah, I mean, as you think about it, as it should be, right? Because, to set an overall record, or the whole point of overall is they take, the slalom, trick and jump events from one particular round of a tournament. So yesterday's competition was to find the finalists, 4 girls and 6 men, and we've done that. And today it's all on the line starting from scratch. So Anna Gay, she's on the dock. We'd have had a bit of a pep talk with her dad, I'm sure. Figuring out a little bit of a few keys of what one needs to do to go out there and best prepare for for what's been going on in training. A few things to think about, because of course when you're travelling at 60 mile an hour, it doesn't give you a great deal of time to really think.
We talked about that earlier too with the trick runs. They kind of go on autopilot, and at the speeds these guys are going through the slalom course, there's not really a whole lot of time to think. You put the body on autopilot, let it do its job. All the training paying off. You've got to kind of trust your instincts. Anna Gay will be out there shortly. We think of her as a trick skier. She's a former world record holder. She's not far behind the current world record. I think Erica Lang currently has that. But she's also a very, very strong slalom skier. She has run 38 off in a tournament before. And she'll be looking to do that today. Starting at the 14-meter line, she'll have, or 28 off, she'll have 32 back into the wind, 35 down. If she runs that, give her a great opportunity for 38. We saw her get 2 yesterday. It's not going to be enough from her today. If she gets 2, she's going to have to put a lot of pressure on. She's going to have to get through that 38 and then hopefully bang off a huge jump to try and get near the likes of Hannah or Regina, who were our top 2 yesterday. The boat has done its simulation passes. Everything's set. And we are about ready to take the first skier. Hannah hooking up the rope to the boat. Aaron, the current towboat, the Mastercraft Pro Star 6.2 litre we're using here today. What's your thoughts on this beast of a boat?
Well, it's, I'm a bit biased in saying it's the best towboat in the world, but, in all fairness, I would say that if you were to survey the majority of people, I would say that most people these days would say the Pro Star would be the #1 towboat in the world. The simplicity of its screen, yep. It's very straightforward. You don't have to be some sort of rocket surgeon to figure out how to put the boat into 55 or 58 kilometres an hour. And the pull is very consistent, and the wake's very smooth.
Soft wakes,
and you don't have
for all, through the passes, right? Like,
exactly.
For these top skiers at 58k short lines, or for the guys back at 52k, maybe on the 16, 22 off sort of loops.
Or even getting down to people like my son, for example, who's 6 and he's just learning how to slalom ski. The wakes aren't ginormous, and he doesn't have a problem getting over them. So, but
all right, we're underway here. This is Anna Gay coming in. This is 55k, 34 miles per hour, and the rope length set at 14.25.
So, as we normally say, this should be a warm-up pass here for Anna. Little tailwind. That breeze has actually dissipated slightly. Bit of a bobble there at 2, but really nothing to worry about. A good turnover at 3. Nice and easy and early around 4. No problems around 5. And just getting the feel of things out there today. I don't think things will be too much different to what she experienced yesterday. Maybe the conditions were slightly more windy yesterday than today, but she'll shorten up at 13, and we'll be back momentarily.
And we'll kind of talk a little bit about the basics of the slalom event here. We talked about the boat speed. The rope length set at 14.25. It will get shortened after each pass. All these guys are starting at the maximum speed, which is 55. The rope will get shortened as we see it there in the boat. And she'll be coming back. The next shortening is 13 meters or 32 off. The distance from the center of the course out to the buoys is 11.5 meters. Okay, so she's still got a meter and a half there to play with. But as that line gets shortened, and it will get, with each successive pass, she has to start stretching, reaching, and that's when things get interesting. Around that 38 off, the 11.25 is where the the height of the body, the reach really comes into play, and that's what we're looking forward to seeing here today. These guys really stretching, trying to get down those short line passes.
Yeah, it's obviously once the rope gets shorter and shorter, that's when the load from the boat becomes stronger and stronger. The speed of the skier increases, from side to side. So it's harder to hold on to body positions, and you've got less time to think about it. That's a combination that makes slalom skiing one of the hardest sports there is out there, I'd say. So here she comes, Anna Gay, 13 metres.
So we talked about the boat at 55 Ks, but she is generating a lot more speed than that as she crosses across the wakes. Almost, maybe not quite doubling the speed, but up around 75 Ks as she's crossing those wakes, then shutting the speed down to make the turn and accelerating again around number 5. And a very, very nice 6 buoys at 13 metres out through the exit gates. That's mandatory for all these competitors, through the entrance gates and out the exit gates, around all 6 buoys. And now she pulls out to shorten. She's going to get the wait time set at about a minute, let the water settle, the rope gets shortened, and she'll be back at 12.
Yeah, and you'll see there, obviously, Anna looking great as we watch the replay. And 13 metres. And you watch Anna go through the course here, and this is consummate to every skier. But you just look how still she stays through the wakes. And the important part to note there is that I think a lot of the misconception with slalom skiing is that one needs to lean harder against the boat. And well, as the rope gets shorter, the loads get stronger. And in my opinion, the thing to do is to try and resist the boat's pull rather than trying to create more load. So it's more about letting the boat create that pull and you utilizing your body to withstand that. And then, of course, that gives you the control as you come in through your edge change and through the turn. As I say, a lot of amateur skiers think that, well, hey, the boat's pulling me, I need to pull against the boat. In this day of zero off, that's not quite the case. But here she comes now, tailwind, 12-metre line.
So this will be challenging for her. The tailwind pushing her on a little bit. She's pretty comfortable at 35 off, but she knows it's a must-run pass to put up a big score. A little bit of a bit deep around number 2 ball, but she's still on time here as she rounds number 4. See that spray come up a little bit. She's losing a little time, but no problems. There's 6 more buoys. She's on track to maybe equal or surpass what she did in the prelims yesterday.
Yeah, not a bad pass there from Anna Gay. As you say, she had a bit of a bobble early, but, she's run so many 12 metres or 35 offs in her time that she didn't panic. We'll watch the replay. The gates looked pretty good. She came to the inside a little bit there at 1, and that's what caused the little bit of slack rope. Comes off at 2 pretty nicely. And really, out of 3 balls, she's still back in the game. Little slack rope at 4, but really nothing to worry about. And you'll see that she's nice and early around 6 ball. There for Anna. I would suggest one of the things, just looking at it from a critiquing standpoint, and this is just my own personal opinion, she could theoretically think about maybe keeping her direction a little bit more into the ball. She just seems to be sort of looking for where that buoy is, and that's what's creating a little bit of dead line. But
it's more so on that 135 you're seeing that, isn't it? Yeah. So explain what you're saying there about coming inside. Where you make that reach. Because you see on that side she was a little bit more precarious, I guess, and they're in a position sort of fell into that 3 ball, right?
Yep, and she's a left foot forward skier, so she can rely on the fact that she's going to get a good side turn. So it's almost like waiting for the buoy. But let's see what she can do now. Here she comes now, 30, 8 off, 11, 2-5, 2 buoys in the prelims. And she's going to need a good gate. She's through it now, and she's around 1. She's got a little headwind. Just good start. She needs to stay patient here at 2. She's around 2, hangs on tight. She's actually in good shape here. She's around 3. She's going to have to get outside of 4, is she? She's around 4. And no, maybe not. So it's hard to see from our location, but maybe the way that she stood up there at 4, I'd say maybe 3 buoys.
So we're hearing some scores come in from the boat. It's a 3.5. It may get reviewed, but yeah, she had a good start there, didn't she? 1 and 2 was pretty tight as we watch this replay. Hooked up pretty strong there. That ski bit maybe a little bit out of position on as she approached number 3, so she was a touch narrow here, and then wasn't able to hold on to it. Lost her direction and had to cut all the way and just kind of threw her ski. Oh, it's going to be, maybe they'll review that score. It was close to getting around number 4. That's a big extra buoy, though, if she could secure that extra half a buoy or number 4 at 38 off. A solid score there, though, for Anna Gay with her trick score that was probably the highest trick score out of the girls we saw so far, and a 3 at 38. She's sitting in a pretty good position, 2 events down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's 1 buoy at least, maybe 1.5 buoys up on her yesterday's score. And if you're saying that she maybe improved her trick score yesterday, I'd say it's been a pretty good day at the office here for Anna. You know, it's good skiing. So we'll wait for that confirmation of her score as we await the next skier on the water. I believe is going to be the lovely Paige Reaney out of Canada. Obviously, as I would imagine was stated earlier, Paige is the daughter of, you know, super coach Matt Reaney, who has ski school over in Orlando. Obviously, half an hour away from where we're sitting at now. Matt's been coaching for a number of years and has been a stalwart, if you like, of the Canadian junior and senior teams, and has put paid to many of their young personnel's careers. So Paige now, she's entering the course at 14.25 metres. Again, with the tailwind, electing to take the 38 off into the headwind. And once again, we'll just see her sort of almost coasting through the course here, really just sort of feeling out conditions, seeing if there's anything that different to what went on yesterday. Skiing on a radar Vapor, and has been on a radar for pretty much her whole career. So, good pass there.
Yeah, very easy first pass there, 14 metres. Oh, interesting. I thought she might have elected to start at 13. She is a very, very handy slalom skier with a personal best somewhere around 3 at 10.75 or 39 off. And I thought she might kind of change things up a little, maybe run the 38 down, because she had an unfortunate fall in the tricking. She went down early on her toe pass. The score was down around 6,500, which she was looking for hopefully up around 8,000 or 9,000 to sort of get in amongst it there. And so she went down early. She knows she needs a big, big slalom score here. And I was thinking maybe running 38 downwind and having a good crack at 39 coming back would be her plan. But maybe she's going for that secure score. Or maybe she just thinks, hey, she can get it done downwind. Who knows? Yeah, well, conditions aren't that bad. You know, I mean, we would say it's a wind. If you look at it right now, it's really a light zephyr of a breeze, one would say. But, you know, arguably, I would say that the slalom event would be Paige's #1 event. It's right there in it with her tricks. With her tricks, yeah. It's, you know, it's closely followed by her tricks. But, yeah, 3 at 39, I believe, is her best. And there's nothing to say that she can't do that today. So we'll see what's in store for 12 metres. This is actually 13 there, Aaron. I apologize. As she comes back. Little headwind helps keep that rope a little bit tighter. Skiers love that little breeze in their face just to kind of help the rope control and making short work of this very difficult pass for most people. That's 13 metres. That's where things start to get tough on the slalom ski. Yeah, no, that was a good pass there. Sorry, yep, 13 metres for Paige Reaney. And as you say, with the breeze, it really was an easy pass. And it's interesting, you know, when you tell people coming from, you know, past pro skiing, etc., that you start at 32 off for 13 metres, and the look on people's faces when they can, you know, they can only dream about trying to get to that pass. Yeah, we talk about these passes as warm-up, but really they're difficult. There's 6 at 13 on your board there. Paige Reaney, she's in position number. She was in the 3rd seed after the first round. Regina to follow, and Hannah Stratsova sitting on the dock will be completing this women's slalom final round. And then there's jump left. We saw a shot from the boat before in the driver's seat. Scott Ellis, the Rocket Man, who is maybe announced his retirement last year from professional jumping, still gets it done on the skis, and he's in the boat a lot now and driving some of these pro events, and a very, very respected tournament driver, Scott Ellis. Yeah, he's a sought-after driver, that's for sure. But Paige Reaney now 35 off, 12-metre line. A little tip bite there at 2 ball, but crushes 3. She's on time. Tight line around 4. Little tailwind has picked up for this pass, but she's around 5 and over to 6 and really no problem. So she set herself up for that 11 metres into the headwind. And judging by that pass, you know, I'd be odds on to see her get through it. No, yeah, interesting, that 2 ball was a little bit maybe more aggressive than she'd planned, but on the other hand, she may have been kind of go, hey, I want to run this pass with the tempo I'm looking to take into 11.25. You know, a lot of these skiers, you know, it's not these early passes, but they want to run them strong. They want to set things up, get dialed on their ski, ready for that difficult pass, which for her, 11.25, and the following pass, 10.75.
Yeah, and of course, going back to the technical standpoint, a lot of people will argue the fact that one needs to set their angle a little earlier so they can gain the load point a little earlier. So instead of it being at the second wake, maybe it's at the first wake. So then it buys you, let's say, another 3 or 4 feet, maybe 2 meters, to handle the speed that one's taken out of the ball with the tailwind, and making sure, ensuring the tip of the ski is, moving away from the boat and the line is staying tight. That was always something that I tried to concentrate on, being slightly more aggressive.
You were definitely aggressive, Aaron, from what I remember, especially on that 135 side. And she does it. She's pretty aggressive on her 135 side too. Has a very tight turn here around that buoy there. Left foot forward, 135s are onside. And a little slower on the 2-4, but she's got a tight number 3. She's on time at number 4, Aaron. Maybe a little bit of a buckle, a little bit down course, and that's the nature of it. I mean, there's no room for error here at 38 off, so she's going to be a little disappointed. She was looking good till 4. A little bit of a break, and unfortunately lost the position. Didn't get across to number 5 there.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with that. We see the replay here. She had a great start, really, and off a 2-ball. A little stall at 2, but really no problems. She was a little bit straight at 3. And turns hard at 3, and for me, she's actually in reasonable shape here at 4. Unfortunately, just didn't get the angle that she needed. Probably got stuck into that leaning position. That's so frustrating when you can't actually get against the line and hold that body position. And like you say, at 38 off, it takes 1 or 2 mistakes, and that's all she wrote. So,
well, guys, when we get at this short line length, the rope doesn't parallel, is shy of the buoy. Explain to folks that don't get to see this a lot, what happens every time you shorten it, the differences that you have to pay attention to.
Yeah, well, obviously, Hank, right there, that's the hard pass for her. It's 11.25. The rope is shorter than the distance from the center of the course out to the buoy, so that's where that reach comes into play, and you've got to generate a lot of speed behind the boat, hold some direction, and swing up basically 90 degrees to the side of the boat, and then reach your body and your ski out around the buoy. So that's where things get interesting. And this next skier on the water does it as good or better than anybody. Regina Jacquez, she's leaving, and I'd say she's going to start at 13 meters, but we're waiting for confirmation.
Let's go to the dock for a second here. Alrighty, guys, back to you. Aaron, take it away.
Okay, so here comes Regina Jacquez, the current world women's slalom record holder, starting at 32 off as we predicted. And this girl is a technical genius when it comes to slalom skiing, a powerhouse, not the tallest girl in the world, which you would think that you'd have to be when it comes to slalom skiing, but technically sound and very strong, and made that pass look appropriately easy.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you're correct there. Just gets the job done. Very, very efficient. Yeah, she's not the tallest, but she is very strong, and determined. Absolute, just grits her teeth through some passes. I've seen her run some 39s where you counted her out. You said, oh, no, she's done at 1 ball. And she just knuckles down and gets the job done. And she's got that grit that sort of gets that extra half buoy when she needs it. It sets her apart from her other competitors. And she's amassed more probably titles than any other women's slalom skier, I think, on the planet.
Oh, there's no question. And going back to certainly the way that I skied and the way that I coached, there was nothing, so I want to say worse, but it used to really frustrate me when I'd watch people sort of get into a little bit of trouble in slalom skiing and basically give up. Slalom skiing, it's a tough sport, and you can never count yourself out until you're either in the water and basically letting go of the handle. I can't really tell you how many passes I ran when I'd even counted myself out. But just by the pure act of digging in, Kiwi, and trying to make it to the next ball.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of technique to it, but there's also a lot of power. And sometimes it's when the technique goes out the window, when you get late, you just got to grit your teeth, dig in hard, and she does it as good as anybody. And this is 12 meters straight into it here. This is another easy pass though for Regina. She's running at headwind, which is going to make it actually even easier for her, but maybe a little more challenging for the 38 that's going to come up next. But so the overall event, we talk about the strengths of each skier, and they're all different. Anna's the tricker. She's got the huge trick score. She's a decent slalom skier, but tricking's her event. Regina, she is pretty strong in all three, but right now with a little bit of an injury, slalom's her strength. And the skier following her, Hannah, has been jumping up with the, she's been winning jump events. So she's a handy slalom skier too. They don't really have weak events, but their strengths are quite different as we go through these competitors.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And as we were alluding to earlier, now that the point scoring is more even throughout the three events, you can afford to be good at one event and maybe not in the others. And as you say, Regina, the world record holder and the greatest of all time in the women's slalom event, and then, of course, as like you said, with Hannah Strachova being, probably the number 2 jumper in the world behind Jacinta, but winning Pro Tour stops, etc. That's certainly her event. And then, of course, Anna Gay, being the former world record holder and world champion in the women's tricking event. So it does take it does take all sorts, if you like. The idea is to try and make them all the same and make them as good as each other. But Regina Jaquist now, 38 off, 11.25, tail breeze, if you like. She's through the gate. She's around 1. Again, I wouldn't say that she's going to have a whole lot of troubles with this. She's early. She's on time around 3. Little tip rise around 3, but no real problems. She's around 4, stands up a little bit, around 5, and no problems there. Over to 6. Good skiing there from Gina. Really easy stuff, and she runs that day in and day out and can take the confidence at tournaments like this.
Kind of characteristic, a little bit of her pass, maybe with a little bit of a tip rise there, sometimes on her offside, but just gets back into position, and that leverage and that alignment, behind the boat is second to none. She gets it back into position, gets the acceleration, the direction across the wakes, and loses no time at all, and actually was super easy by the time we got to the end of that pass. Setting up for a nice friendly headwind, 10.75, 39 off. She got through it. The course record here is interesting to note. I think she has it. She's got a 2 at 41. It's been a while where she set that a while back. We were looking at discussing the course records, but I think Regina has it at 2 at 41. She was very close in the first round with a 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 1 at 41. What a score. I mean, you go back 5 years and that was a dream for 99.5% of the world's population when it comes to skiing. And, Regina was doing it more times than all the rest of them put together. So, one of the things that slalom skiing is all about and so important, in my opinion, is the gates and the gate pull-out. I worked on it, feverishly, ad nauseum, if you like, throughout my career. But I would suggest to you, if you looked at Regina's gate, she would have to have the best gate pull-out, gate turn in female women skiing. She keeps the line tight, she accelerates there, she stands up, and then creating that pendulum effect. But here she is, 10.75. Let's see if she can get through it. She stood up at 1 ball a little bit. She's a little narrow at 2. She turns over 2. Look at the power she's got over to 3. She's around 3. She's going to get over to 4, is she? She's a little early at 4. She's going to get to 5. She's around 5, and she will get over to 6. No problems at all. Regina Jaquist through 39 off once more.
Good stuff there for Regina Jaquist. Some power, some strength coming out of that offside. Got a little deep at maybe 3, even at 5 there. Kind of stalled the ski up, but got back in position, and there's another complete pass at 39 off. And setting up, hopefully we see a little go at this course record here today. Let's watch this replay, Aaron. We'll watch that gate you're talking about. So consistent with her. To me, that's the big thing, consistency on your gates, your timing, your setup, because that's where you start the pass. That's where you start your tempo. If you can get that off to a good start, the rest just kind of follows.
There's no question. That's the only time in the course where you get to set your rhythm. And if you can set the rhythm right for the pass, then, as you say, the rest follows. But she did well. She had a good start. She had a little bit of a bobble there at 5 ball, as you saw. But as you alluded to earlier, she gets the ski in front of her. She gets stacked. She's so strong. And really, she was early at 6, when you take it all into consideration. So,
well, as you guys are talking, how many people can come around 5 ball, have some loose line in the turn, and get turned and get that ski back down in the water and still make the pass? Unbelievable.
Definitely not many. Regina Jaquist, though, she's one of them as she comes in here. This is 41. Can she get out at 1? She's got a bit of slack. She's cutting to 2. Unfortunately, just inside. We say unfortunately, but still an absolutely huge score. 1 at 41, and I think that's put her about a pass and a half of our other competitors so far.
Yeah, we'll watch the gate here again. She's got a tight line when she goes to turn in. Again, very, very consistent through the gate. She's got that tailwind. A little to the inside there at 1. and as a result, just get a little bit of slack rope, tip rises, and then you'll see the tip of the ski point is straight at the boat. She's
not giving up. Look at her, though. She's still going for it.
And that's a good lesson right there. Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, even though the tip was pointing face straight back at the boat, she was still had all the ambitions in the world to get ourselves over to 2-ball. So, again, great skiing, Regina Jaquist. It's become sort of the norm of calling a score for her at 41 off, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4. And she's certainly proved her worth today.
You know, today's about the overall event, Aaron, but we'll speak about women's slalom, and you know, obviously she's been very dominant, but it's amazing now the number of women that are running the 39 off pass. That's what I've loved seeing over the last 5-10 years. You got Whitney McClintock, you got Jamie Bull, Manon Castard. There's a number of skiers. Brooke Baldwin, who's actually in this overall competition, she couldn't ski, she's injured, but then there's a ton of the top athletes that are actually are running 39 off, and the scores to win the events around 1 or 2 at 41 now.
Yeah, it goes back to, there's a little bit to do with technology, obviously, with what it's, with what's on offer out there. But I'm a firm believer in watching other people do it. It raises the bar. You look at, you obviously pointed to women's skiing, but you look at men's skiing right now. 5 years ago, the cut for a men's slalom final was probably 5 at 39 off. Now it's 3 at 41. Why? Because, we've watched guys like Will Asher, Nate Smith, Thomas de Gasperi, Chris Parrish, all running 3s, 4s, 5s and getting through 41s. And all these young bucks have come up going, well, you know what? They're doing it, so why can't I? And they've figured out a way to do it. And, all I can say is that I'm happily retired for the last 5 years and I don't have to do it myself.
Yeah, the level has definitely been lifted over the last 10, 15 years, that's for sure. Like I said, technology, the cruise control systems that we're employing today, better understanding of technique. I think the slalom events changed dramatically. Back when I was growing up, it was the big guys, and I love watching it, but the big guys like Mike Shaylander and Bob Lapointe, a lot of muscle. They kind of tossed the boat around a lot when they skied and sort of got the job done with technique, but with a lot of power behind them too. Now these guys that are winning slalom events are, 160, 170 pounds. They're way more efficient, they're light, and they're a lot faster across course. So, it's a bit of a change of strategies, I guess, with the different technology that we have available today.
No question. Well, Hannah Strochova now, our last and final women's slalom skier on the water, starting at 14.25, 28 off. And she's around 4-ball, a right foot forward skier, skiing out of the Bennett's Ski School in Louisiana, making good work there of her opening pass. And obviously she's the top seed in the overall race. But like we alluded to, this is a clean slate. And after the tricking event, she's going to be looking for maybe even getting through the 38 off pass. She ran 4.5 yesterday, and I'd say she'd be pretty ecstatic if she was to be able to get through 38 today.
It's definitely going to be her goal today for sure. If she had a weak event, it would be the slalom. She's obviously the top-ranked jumper here. She tricks extremely well, high 8,000 points. Slalom is probably her weak link, if you like, but she slalomed exceptionally well for 38, and she has been known to run that pass from time to time, and she's going to need to do that. She wants to stay within, like touching distance of Regina, who we saw get through 39. There's our replay of Hannah coming in. This is that 14-meter pass, and just making it look very smooth, very symmetrical, swinging back and forth on the boat, and just kind of feeling her ski out. That's what that first pass is for, just kind of finding her groove, where to stand on her ski, and get a little confidence for these next shorter passes.
And I would suggest to you one of the advantages that Hannah would have over the rest of the girls that are skiing in this event was the fact that by skiing with Jay at Bennett's, they're a Mastercraft supported ski school. So she's skiing behind a Mastercraft every day. You take, obviously, Regina, she'll be skiing behind a Malibu, and the two other girls, Paige and Anna, are more Nautique girls, So she's going to have that consistency and familiarity, in her skiing today. So here she comes now at 13 metres, 32 off, into that slight little head breeze. Again, it has died down. It's almost glass calm out there, so there's really no effect on her. She's around 3 and looking the goods as she rounds 4. She's nice and early, over to 5, and really looking good. Technically sound today, Hannah.
Yeah, another easy 6, boys, for Hannah. And we start to get in a little bit more to the business end of this slalom event for open woman. She's our last skier on the water. She's our top seed from yesterday. She had a solid trick score again. We saw Anna with a slightly bigger one. We're still confirming all the trick scores. Anna had a big slalom score, 3 at 38. Regina, untouchable out there with 1 at 41. But yeah, very strong girl actually. She must do a lot of work in the gym. You can see she's holds her position very, very compact and tight through the wakes, doesn't get moved. And very easy 13 meters. Conditions have dropped off a bit, Aaron? We was had a little bit of a headwind. It's still around, but the water almost glassing out.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the breeze has been a little up and down, and I would suggest to you that she would hope that maybe the breeze would pick up slightly as she's running this 35 off pass to have a little headwind into with the 38. But let's see what she can do now with 35 off. Obviously, she ran it yesterday, and I would expect her to do exactly the same today. She's around 1, looking good, nice and early over to 2. Little deadline there at the back at 2, but handled that pretty nicely. Tip rise at 3, but really no problems. She turns hard at 4. She's over to 5, and she'll get over to 6 without any issues. A little down course there at 6, but you know, that's tailwind skiing for you.
She'll be breathing a little sigh of relief as she gets out through the exit gates on 12 meters. She knew she could do it. She knew it wasn't a problem for her, but still, you know, you don't want to make any silly mistakes on that pass. So sometimes they ski a little bit more conservative, just cautious, then just making sure they get the full 6 buoys, and then she can really let loose and hopefully get through this following pass. She's going to have to, you know, it's a hard pass for her. I don't know if she's actually run it in a record competition. She's run it in practice, I'm sure, and she'll be wanting to do it today. But yeah, she can't hold back on this next pass, 11.25.
No, not at all. And again, actually, it's a point that's worthwhile raising. You know, how many times do you hear from an amateur standpoint that, oh man, I got to 4, I got to 5, and I knew I'd run it, and the next thing I was swimming. You know, these pros, even though these are I don't want to say mundane passes, but they're passes that they run, you know, day in and day out. I can guarantee you, from the time that they start, they get up out of the water and their deep water start to the time that they've dropped in at the end. You know, they've got their keys in mind. They're still thinking. There's no chance of them sitting there thinking, I've run this pass, etc. Even to the point where they get around 6 ball. You know, it's so important to concentrate from start to finish.
One buoy at a time, Aaron. One buoy at a time, isn't it? You can't get ahead of yourself in the slalom event, or you're in the drink. And here she is. This is 11.25, 38 off for our American viewers. And she gets around number 1. It's a pretty tight number 1 as she heads to 2. Another good turn at 2. She's on time here, Aaron, at 3. She's picked up 3. She's getting around number 4. She is looking good. I have a feeling she's going all the way. This is 38 off, guys. Get behind her. 6 buoys.
Oh,
she
yeah.
is going to be pumped about that.
And she's throwing the first. That's great skiing. Man, she made that look easy. That was such a good pass from Hannah. Had a good start, a good gate, and we'll watch the replay. That's exciting stuff. You know, good tight line which you go to turn in, and nice and early for 1. Great start out of 1. Lots of speed through the backside of the turn. Good turn at 2 ball. She's heading over to 3. Little inside at 3 ball, but manages to keep her head. She turns 4, no problems, and now it's about just staying patient. She's around 5. You see she gets the line, and then she's all the way over to 6. And she'll be happier than a worm coming home from a fishing trip with that bad boy. She's, you know, she's up to overall score, and
that's impressive.
It's a good day at the office, that.
No, definitely. You know, the trick event, you know, you're always a little nervous in the trick event. Anything can happen. But, you know, she's a strong tricker. She's very consistent. Slalom, I think she was even more nervous on that one, you know, because that's, like we said, that's not her biggest event. But 38 off in the books, and now it's jump. And jump, to be honest, is, you know, you've got 3 chances in jump. You know, it's a little bit easier to kind of go into jump a little bit calmer, and it's her best event. So she is sitting pretty here in this overall competition. The Florida Cup, the 2022 final stop on the WorldWaterSkiers overall tour. Hannah at 10.75 gets out of 1.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm a bit surprised with that. She obviously came up a little early into 1, a little narrow, but how she didn't hang on to that for the full buoy is a little bit beyond me. But that, I mean, it's great skiing nonetheless. We'll see what happened here. I think the tail breeze sort of maybe got to her. She comes in, and then from here, it looks like to me she's just looking for where the buoy is. She stands up, and she's got all the time in the world. She's kind of hung herself out to dry a little bit. Only just gets around the buoy, and then from there basically just lets it go. So it's going to be a half a buoy at 10.75, 39 off. 2.5 boys up on what she did yesterday. Great skiing and a real compliment to Hannah. Really good stuff. And I know Jay, her coach, is going to be ecstatic with that. So that'll conclude the women's slalom event at the Florida Cup, and we will be going straight into the men's slalom event momentarily.
Well, we got a little break in the action, everybody. Want to get you to check out World Water Skiing, WWS. Anybody can join. Remember, if you have not joined WWS as a competitor or fan, you are missing out. Anyone and everyone can join. Pros, amateurs, judges, clubs, even non-skiers like your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa can sign up and stay connected. Follow the kids, see what they are skiing, when and how they are doing. It's a platform like Facebook or Instagram, but for the water skiing community. So the more we all engage in it, the more we will do great. Now we're going to have a commercial and be right back.
What a pleasure to be here on the beach with Pierre Plouffe, the legend here at Tremblant. Pierre, good to see you.
Hi, Alain.
Tell me about your business. It's been here for a while.
We've been here for just about 25 years. We have activities for all tastes, all prices, and I can show you right now in the water. Let's go.
Yeah, this has to be the perfect spot for all water sports.
Well, we're trying to have all sort of activities on the water, starting with the non-motorized pedal boat, canoes and kayaks, and the very popular lately, the paddle boarding.
Yes.
We also have the sailing. We have some sailing. We have some sailing boats. We have the day camp for kids. We have fishing boats, runabout, and very popular pontoons, which you can go in the water with families and friends. We have a day camp for kids, which includes water skiing in the morning, surfing and wakeboarding, and some fun boards behind the pontoon at lunchtime. We also have a floating mountain, which we call the iceberg. Actually, it's so popular that we had to buy a smaller one for little kids that wanted to go up on one side and slide on the other side.
And the lake is always perfect for water skiing early in the morning, as I know you're the world champion, you train here.
Yeah, I train every day here, and it's fun to have people training with me in the morning, some adults training every day, and some kids also are training now.
Well, the perfect spot. We invite everybody to come and check it out.
Yes, we're waiting for you guys.
Thanks.
Okay, and back to the action. We're going into the open men's slalom round. Some beautiful images there from Pierre Plouffe's place up in near Mount Tremblant. I've been up there in that area, one of our sponsors for this event. Here's a replay while we're in commercial break. Tanguy Dylan on his first pass. This is 32 off. That's the minimum start length for our men's competitors today. The difference in men's, the speed, Aaron set at 58k, 36 mile an hour, generating speeds upwards of 55, something 60 mile an hour across those wakes. And we expect our competitors hopefully into the 41 off pass like we saw Regina.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, conditions are definitely conducive of that, and you're going to get, you're going to get guys that are starting at 32. There's no real strategy today because they're going to get that 39 off into that head breeze, which is what I would suggest both, Joel and Dorian, excuse me, are looking to do, as well as Tanguy and Martin, obviously. So the strategy is really out the window with the way the wind's blowing today. Tanguy, he's actually from Mauritius. I've been out there, luckily, and stayed with the family and beed with them. And it's a beautiful place that they live, right on the beach. Lovely. And there's not a lot of water skiing out there as such when it comes to tournaments, but he's certainly done a lot of training in France and around the world, and made the 12-meter pass look very, very, very nice.
Seeing quite a bit of footage and social media sort of posts from them, and that place looks absolutely beautiful.
Now let's take a little shot down at the dock real quick here, guys.
I think we're going to head down there very shortly.
But I am happy to be here. As you know, both of me and you have had our ACLs. So this is exciting for me. This is my first overall tournament back. My body is really paying for it right now. Not quite in that overall shape. And look forward to jump. I really have just kind of been getting there in tricks and jumps. So we'll just see and not put pressure on myself and just see where it happens.
All right, well, we're excited to watch you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and the line length has been shortened up now. It's 11.25, 38 off. Tanguy making short work of his first two passes. And he's one of those guys, he has completed 39 off in several tournaments. He's got a personal best of 2. He sits right behind his brother, 3 at 41, I think is his brother's PB. I know he wants to catch him. These guys from Mauritius, but they ski for France, is that correct?
Yeah, no, they do. Yep, they're French. For obviously, the mothers and both mother and father are French. But actually, I believe, I'm not sure if it was his older brother, but born in the Ivory Coast. I'm not sure if Tanguy was himself, but here he is at 38 off. He's got a personal best, as you mentioned, of 2 boys at 41 off. So this one here, you know, it's going to command his attention, but makes it look pretty good there. Around all 6 boys and out the gates. So he'll focus now as we'll switch to the 39 off pass.
And watching the replay, yeah, he had trouble with his pass yesterday. I'm not sure quite what happened. Him and Martin Coleman, you know, didn't quite get through the 38 off pass. We're looking at some results starting to come up on the board, and we'll get back to you with kind of where we're sitting with the women's overall competition and the men's. Tanguy Dolan had a trick score of 86.40, so he's down a little bit, but he's upped his slalom score from yesterday, and he is a strong jumper when he goes after it. So he's set up now for 39 off, and he's going to need all of it to make a dent or have a chance of getting on the podium. Obviously, with Poland having that early fall, it's opened up another spot that we would have thought was stamped for Joel.
Yeah, there's no question, you know, that it has opened the door, yeah, for that 3rd place, that podium. You know, you would be argued to say that Dorian and Joel were the hot favourites to take out the top spot, with no discredit to the other competitors, but their overall talents are just that little bit more polished, if you like. But here comes Tanguy, 39 off. He'll be wanting to put a good score on here. There is a little breeze that has picked up, so he's going to find solace in that, and he's going to need a good start. Left foot forward skier, so it's all about one ball. He almost gets tripped over at 1, and that's why you see that little dead line there at 1. He's around 2, little dead line. He's going to have his work cut out for him. He's over to 3, and he S-turns and just didn't get the start he wanted. As you say, I think the gates, as we alluded to, he just didn't get a ski in front of him, and he kind of got a little tripped up.
Yeah, the all-important gates, and we talked about that at length, but Tanguy setting up there and then just had a bit of a stumble across the wakes, you know, that at 39 off, that pressure comes on so strong through the wakes, you know, and just wasn't quite aligned, and you saw his chest get knocked forward and lost a little time 1 and 2 and squeaked around 3 for his score.
Alrighty, down to the dock.
All right, Hannah, PB in slalom, almost a PB in tricks at your first overall tour stop. How are you feeling?
I feel very excited about the slalom. Like, I've been slaloming better, but I didn't have many tournament practice. So lately I started skiing slalom in the tournaments, and finally I got it.
Yeah, good job. And we're going into probably your best event, jump. How are you feeling about that? Are you excited about this headwind?
Yes, I'm very excited to jump and try to do my best as well.
Yeah, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Alrighty, coming back with you guys. Aaron and Kiwi, take it away.
Okay, the skier on the water. Next is Martin Coleman, and I'm looking at the trick scores. 11,760. He did 11.5 yesterday. Today he posted 11,760. So he has the 1,000 points in overall right now in the tricks. Dorian Llewellyn falling right behind him, 11,360. Eduardo, 10,790. Then we drop down to Tanguy, who we just saw slalom, 8,640. And Joel, unfortunately, 48.50 for him. So he is running a little shy so far in this overall event. But Martin, what a lead so far in the trick event. And if he can get it done here on the slalom ski, if he can post a big score into 39, down 39, maybe even run it, which he is capable of doing, it's all going to come down to the final event, that all-important jump event. And I am looking forward to the rest of this afternoon, Aaron.
Oh, there's no question, yeah. And as I say before, as I was alluding to the fact that, you know, of Dorian and Joel being the hot you can't go past Martin either. He has to be a part of that. You know, with 2 at 41, I believe, is a personal best in slalom. And you can see almost 12,000 points in tricks, and his jumping is well over 60 metres. And as I believe, he's a former world overall champion. So he's as good a favourite as anybody else. And he's going to be looking to get through 39, put some real pressure on these other guys, because, you know, it's fair to say that Dorian and Joel, certainly Dorian's probably the big challenge right now is a slightly better jumper.
Yeah, definitely. So Martin's got the job done in tricks. Slalom, he is a strong slalom, but he has sort of struggled a little bit with slalom in this overall tour so far this year. Sort of missing some 38s and falling short on the 39s. But he is a textbook slalom skier, working for good. He does a lot of R&D for this ski company, and gets his equipment set up extremely well as he rounds number 4 at 13 meters. And that is a very handy pass from Martin Coleman. And, you know, if you had to pick a weak event, I'd say it's his jump. But to be honest, he's a very, very handy jumper when he wants to go out. He's just got to have the motivation. And I think with the money on the line, the title on the line, he's going to, you know, if he gets a big slalom score here now, with that trick score, he is going to push it. And hopefully we can see him, you know, in some big distances. I think his personal best around 215, somewhere in there, 65, 66 meters. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what Martin can come out with here in the slalom event.
He looked good there, didn't he? 13 metres. As you say, he's heavily involved with the Good Skis company, and he's got a ski dialed in pretty nicely. So he's going to be all attention on 35 off, 12 metres, and making sure that concentration stays at 100% so that we don't see any early mishaps, if you like. So Martin out of the Czech Republic, obviously another couple of pretty famous names in the water skiing world out of the Czech Republic with Sledgehammer, Adam Saddlemeyer, and of course Daniel Odvarko as well, a slalom skier. So we're going to see Martin Coleman now back in at the 12-metre line, 35 off. Long way to go until we can get to that 39 off pass. He's got to achieve all 6 boys here and the next pass. So he's around 1 and he's over to 2. Looking good. Nice and still as he reads around 3. No problems around 4, Martin. He's looking really nice. Good technique. Stands up a little out of 5, but really no problem. Around 6 and out the gates.
And Martin Coleman pulling out now, sitting down the end for approximately a minute. We let the water settle. We shorten the rope. There's our boat judge shortening that rope in, putting on to 11.25s. And already after 2 passes, that rope now doesn't reach the distance from the center line out to the buoys, and this is where it gets interesting. Unfortunately, he fell short on this pass in the first round, but I have a feeling he's maybe gone back to the drawing board, changed a few things, and I have no doubts he'll get through it this round. He's got 3 skiers remaining on the dock after him. Eduardo, then Dorian, then Joel Poland. Tanguy Donan, so far our only skier with a slalom and a trick result. He's sitting in with 1,734 overall points. That will change as the top slalom score is increased. He currently has it at 3 at 39. Martin Coleman has the 1,000 points with 11,760. Everybody else's scores gets judged off of that 1,000 points and is scaled down depending on how it correlates to our top score. This is Martin Coleman. This is 38 off, 11.25. He's around number 1. This is looking better than the first round. He's on time as he approaches 3 and a strong onside as he heads over to 4. This is looking good, and no doubts this round. Full 6 buoys there, Aaron, at 38 off.
Yeah, good stuff there from Martin. He's really looking good today. You know, nice and strong. He hasn't had any bobbles. Good technique. Really looking good. And, you know, that breeze is starting to pick up a little bit for this 39 off pass. This is what he's going to want. Let's take a closer look at the replay now. Ups that pull out with 2 palms down and then switches it. Some people do that just from a consistency standpoint. Gets pulled to the inside a little bit there at 2, but really no problems. A little down course at 3, but he's looking good. Stays patient out of 4, good turn at 5, and as a lefty, All he's worried is about getting out of 5 or around 5, and then he'll pull all the way to 6 and take the slack out the gates. So.
Even with that pass, Aaron, he hasn't finished skiing, but he's already just jumped ahead of the lead from Tanguy Dolan. 1,941 overall points so far.
All right, Tanguy, you got through that 38 off pass today, improving on yesterday. How do you feel going into jump?
Confident, I would say. I don't know. I'm happy it was better today, at least. I didn't feel the rhythm at the right time behind the boat, so it was kind of tough for me, but I mean, it's okay. I'll try to send it in jump 4.
Yeah, and how are you doing on the World Overall Tour this year?
I'm not sure, actually, because I did only one event. This is my second one, the last one, but I mean, it was all right, but could have been better.
All right, well, good luck.
Thanks.
Alrighty, hey, we're back with you. Aaron Larkin, Kyle Lee, myself, Hank Longo. Guys are doing a great job calling this.
Guys, and as we were just having through that interview, we just saw Martin Coleman come back through. I think he scored a full 4 buoys at 39 off. Let's take a look at the replay here, hopefully. And there's our tour rankings just up on your screen. We'll go back to them shortly. But that is one heck of a score here from Martin Coleman. And he's going to be, we saw a little bit of a fist after this. He, he looked great here, Aaron.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, he had lots of speed there, as you can see in his gate turn, almost even a little bit of slack rope. But that's almost what you want, just on the cusp of having too much speed. A good one, and nice and tall as it comes into 2. He's early. He's around 2, and then from this point here, he's didn't get a great deal of angle out of 2, so he's going to be all the way to 3, and gets a big turn around 3. Can't hold the slack as well as he wants. And then at this point, all he's worried about is just getting his ski around 4. He'll do a little S-turn. And
well, Martin Coleman, I think he's going to be extremely happy with that. That's 4 at 39, and he is sitting pretty after 2 events.
Okay, we're going to take a quick shot down at the docks.
We will be back to the dock in just a second. Let's watch Eduardo's first pass. This is back to 13 meters as he just kind of goes through some warm-up turns here, going down the lake with the tailwind, pushing him on a little bit. Eduardo, probably the slalom event, maybe not his strongest. He's definitely a very competitive trick skier. We saw 10.790 from him in the trick event. We saw a huge jump from him, and maybe 2 at 39 in the prelims.
Yeah, I had 3 at 39 yesterday, so putting out a good slalom score. He's right in the thick of it for this overall.
Yeah, people seem to be stepping things up a little bit today. You know, maybe yesterday was just a bit of skiing a bit more cautious, skiing a bit conservative. You know, make sure they made the finals and then letting loose today. So let's hope for Eduardo. He can pick up a few more buoys on his performance from yesterday.
Okay, we're good.
Slaloming 4 at 39, tricked 11.7. How are you feeling going into jump? What's the strategy?
I feel great. Conditions look good. It's beautiful headwind here at Fluid, and yeah, just go over 200.
All right, well, good luck. We look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back with you, the Hanky Panky Man, along with Aaron Larkin and Kyle Lee, Kiwi, and it's just a treat sitting here and listening to you, being world-class slalom skiers, to all the little things that you see out there that make the difference in their performance. This is quite an education. We're getting schooled on slalom skiing. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
We talk a big game up here, don't we, Aaron? But,
never let the truth get in the way of a good story, I heard one time. So here he comes now, Eduardo. He had a great trick score, and he's going to look to capitalise on that now in the slalom event. He's 35 off 12 metres into the slight height. He's looking really, really good. He's around 4 and over to 5, and he's going to get round 6, no problems. So just going off of there, using the old ichrometer, he had 917 overall points out of the trick event, and chasing, of course, Martin Coleman with the 1,000. So looking at that, I would suggest that's probably going to be around 2 or 3 buoys. So chasing Martin, if he wants to take the lead after the slalom event, he's going to have to run 39.
So here it says, popping up on your screen there, Aaron. Yeah, we can see it. So right now, Martin has the top score in both tricks and slalom. So sitting pretty there with 2,000 points. That may change depending on what Dorian, Eduardo, or Joel can come up with here in this slalom event. But I tell you what, if I'd be pretty happy if I was sitting on the dock there in Martin's position. And, you know, so Eduardo's still stacking up points. He's got 807 so far after completing that 6 buoys at 35 off, and he's still accumulating 1725. He's slotted into second so far, and just ahead of Tangy. And that's how it's calculated, guys. That's that screen, as the scores come in, they're calculated against the 1,000-point system. And guys with the top score, hopefully closest to 3,000 points, will take the title here today.
All right, here comes Eduardo now out of Italy. This is the 11.25 metre line. Must run pass here today. He's got a very good start as he heads over to 2. Little bobble at 2 ball, but no real problems. He's over to 3. Gets a good hard turn out of 3. He needs some patience here out of 4. Man, he's hanging on for dear life. He's going to get round 5. My word, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot to be said for just hanging on.
Wow,
that was
great
awesome.
stuff.
I love that pass.
Aaron,
that was
goes back to you're talking about just hang on and don't give up, because that was pure tenacity to get
He's a man
through that
after my own
pass.
heart, that guy.
Oh, man.
I can't wait for this replay, guys. That was a very exciting pass. I don't think he had one turn in there where he actually was in any sorts of control, but he still, the class of the guy, still kept things going and ran it here.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 ball. We'll give him 1 ball.
Yeah,
That
I
was
think
pretty
1 and 2
decent.
was not actually too
2,
bad
he
here.
dropped here a little bit,
Yeah.
but not losing too much time. This is where we're pear-shaped, though, Aaron. Almost fell in, lost his position. Most people were done by now. That wasn't a catch-up buoy at number 4. And still struggling. Cut all the way to number 6. Handle in the water. A lot of slack, and held on to it. So kudos to the guy.
It just goes to show exactly the point of what we're trying to make before. I mean, if you just hang on to the handle and just try and get to the next ball, you never know what can happen. And a lot of people can learn a very good lesson about that. I mean, there's no question that if you want to ski like that, you're going to have to find yourself a good chiropractor. But, you know, here he comes now. Eduardo, let's see if he can capitalise on that tenacity. He's got 39 off in front of him. He's got 4 buoys, which is the lead. He's through the gates now. He's around 1. It's not a bad start. Can he get off a 2 ball? He's bent forward at 2 ball. He's going to get round 3. He's around 3. Can he get over to 4? He does. S-turn. Will he get back to the weights? No, he won't.
Going to,
but put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That's excellent skiing from Eduardo out of Italy. 3.5 buoys unofficially. And that's certainly kept him in the game.
That has definitely kept him in the game. We'll see this score get updated here as we watch the replay. And I tell you what, this has got to be close to this guy's personal best. He had a tight number 1 there. And we watched this 2 ball. It happened to him at 38. He kind of came inside a little bit, got folded around number 2, but very strong and light. Got a lot of power for his weight. Gets back in position, skittles across to number 3, deals with the rope and still hanging on. Gets the ski somehow outside number 4, and he's right in the mix there. All of our skiers 4, 3.5, 3 at 39 now so far.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, he's run 3.5. A little practice on the S-turns. And I suggest he could have got 4, you know, which is a fairly, what's the word for it? You know, it's a bit of a hidden talent, the old S-turn. There's lots of people that struggle with it, and it can really come in handy at some points, being able to slow the ski down as you come around a ball, trying to get back to the boat lane, boys. And
the score is getting updated on for us. And Martin Coleman's still in the lead with 2,000 so far. Eduardo, though, chasing him closely, 1,907. You can see on the, basically with the points, with those half buoys in, it's only 10 points that he's behind Martin in slalom. And Tangy just another 10 points back. So very, very tight in the slalom event so far. And Dorian Llewellyn, our next competitor, he's sitting pretty good after tricks. And a very strong slalom skier too.
Yeah. Dorian Llewellyn now, former world record holder, overall record holder. He and Joel Poland have sort of just been jostling back and forth. One has it and then another one takes it off him, and vice versa. And 13 metres in the bag for Dorian.
And maybe just take this opportunity to talk about Dorian and the Llewellyn family. Skiing's kind of in his blood, isn't it? His father, Derek Llewellyn, he's kind of spearheading this event. He's been an overall world record holder, one of the top jumpers and trickers, you know, back in the day. And his mother also from Austria, one of the top jumpers that was traveling the circuit. And he has been born into this. He's got the genes, and he's also a former world record holder. Just last year, he set it twice here at one event. In the same event, he broke the record twice, which is amazing skiing, and just the consistency of the guy is phenomenal.
Yeah, just trying to do it once, let alone twice at the same event, is really mind-boggling. So, and there's the lads in the trailer, our production team. We couldn't do it without them. We thank them for turning up and giving us all the highfalutin technology that can make this possible. So.
Well, it's great. We can't thank our sponsors enough, just our local sponsors, Aquaski, of course, Action Water Sports, Mastercraft, Ski Fluid, was great facility here on Lake Grew, and then our tour sponsors, Acquire Clothing, Centre Nautique, White Cross, and Dream Masters, and of course a big shout out to Red Bull. Couldn't do it without you, and they've been our support throughout this whole tour, and our final stop here, can't thank them enough for their support.
So Dorian Llewellyn now, this is 12 metres, 35 off. He's around 4, and he'll get over to 5, no problems. And 6 is in the bag. Good skiing there from Dorian. He's just sort of running through the passes, keeping his head in the game, figuring out what's going on, anything different from yesterday. He'll have, again, a few keys in his head as to what he's trying to work on specifically in the slalom event. So just making sure he doesn't complicate things.
So, Dorian probably definitely not the tallest skier in the world. Favours the tricks, favours the jump event maybe. But this guy has impressed me lately with his slalom. He's been running 39 day in and day out. A lot of events. Saw him at the Grand Prix, the Slalom Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Ran it twice. Ran it tailwind actually in that event, and taking shots at getting to 2, maybe even 3 at 41. You got to say it's his weak event, but he really 2 at 41 is still a huge slalom score. And he's setting up now for a 38 tailwind. He got 5 at 39 in the first round. He's got a handy trick score, but he knows Martin's upped his game in slalom. 4 at 39 he's chasing so far. He'll want to get ahead of it because he lost a little bit in the trick event. He's about 400 points behind Martin in tricks. That's given up, maybe about 35, 40 overall points.
Alrighty, Dorian now. 38 tailwind because the wind has picked up, but he's around 1 and he's over to 2. Little deadline there at 2, but no problems getting over to 3. Stood himself up at 3, needs a good turn out of 4, gets it. He's around 5 and he'll get over to 6.
No, he's got the confidence right now, Aaron, doesn't he? He sort of had a few little turns there where the wind kind of pushed him down. He was a bit cautious on, a bit conservative, but he said, hey, don't panic. I know I can run this. It doesn't have to be perfect. I just got to get 6 buoys, set myself up for 39.
So, guys, for the people watching that aren't pros at this, what is the difference between skiing the tailwind and the headwind? What does the skier have to pay attention to?
Well, in my mind, obviously.
Okay, we're gonna
All right, Edo, great salming. Way to hold on to that 38. What were you thinking?
After that 2-ball, I just felt like, please run it. And it wasn't really much skiing. It was like holding on, pulling, turning. It was something else. And 39 was a great start, bet 2, and I stayed again. I just wanted to get to 4 to get closer to Martin as I could. And no, it was a great run.
Yeah, good job and good luck for the jump final.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, some words there from Eduardo as we sit down the end and wait for Dorian to come back on the all-important, the money pass, the 39 off, 10.75. He's got a little headwind. He almost ran it yesterday. He knows if he can get through this pass, and with the level of his jumping, he can almost clinch this title right here and now. But here he goes. This is 39. It's short, Aaron.
It sure is. Yeah, it's about a metre and a half short of the buoy line. He's around 1. Great start. He's going to get all the way to 2. Needs a good turnaround 2, and he's got it. He's on time here, Dorian. He's around 3. He's a little stuck out of 3 ball. He's around 4. Can he get over to 5? Needs to be patient out of 5 now. He is all the way to 6, and he'll get round 6.
Oh, he's let it go.
No. Oh, unfortunately. 5.5 buoys at 39.5 off. He'd done all the hard work and got himself outside of 6. But yeah, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. That's great skiing. But
Aaron, that's impressive skiing in it. But he knows he wanted that extra couple buoys, have a shot at 41 out here today. And for the folks on the banks, for the folks at home watching the webcast to prove, what he can do. He was close, but it's still the top score so far in this slalom event with only Joel Poland remaining on the dock.
Yeah, we watch the replay now, and Dorian, he gets a great start. He's out of 1, and he'll get over to 2. A little inside out of 2, but gets a pretty good 2 ball. And it's from here on in that he gets a little stuck, in my opinion. He's around 3, little dead line, and of course you can see he's just not in a great leaning position. So he's all the way to 4, needs just a Hail Mary turn at 4, doesn't get a bad 4, and then from there it's all about how he can get the tip engaged there around 5. all the way to 6, and then unfortunately just not going to be able to get himself back into a good enough skiing position. Gets on the back of the ski, and he knew that she was all she wrote. But great skiing. Dorian Llewellyn, 5.5 at 39 off. It's good skiing.
I'm surprised he got to 6 with that 3 ball. You saw him come out of 3 when he in that position. He was through the wakes, was way back on his ski, a little bit out of alignment, and still got a ski around 4. Made the turn and almost completed the full pass.
Well, again, it goes back to just hanging on. Just absolutely try doing everything you can to get to the next ball.
And I mean, just instinctive talent, these guys. I mean, when we look at these athletes on the water, the overall skiers, they've got it all. They've got the whole package. They don't just have one strong event. They're incredible athletes. So give any sport, I guarantee any sport that you put these guys in, they would excel. This guy especially. Unfortunately, he's had an early fall on the tricks. He's only maybe 48.50 as his trick score. But you know what? He's not done. He's not going to give up. His work's cut out for him. He knows he's probably not going to be on the top of the podium today. But you know what? It's all about competition. He wants to go out there, post the biggest slalom score of the day and the biggest jump. I guarantee it.
Yeah, no question. At the end of the day, if there's one guy that's got talent amongst these guys, I mean, all of them have. But we're looking at a guy that just fell off in the tricks event, unfortunately, putting his right foot forward, and then he slaps his left foot forward in the slalom ski and goes out and skis. I mean, there's not many people. There's no one in the world that can do that other than this guy. I've never met anybody.
I have tried, and it is extremely difficult.
Yep. Generally, the only times I've tried are after a couple of cold ones.
Yes, exactly.
But but Joel Poland, I mean, he just, the interesting thing about Joel and Dorian, and a couple of other these guys is they just make skiing look so effortlessly fun. They look like it's just such an enjoyable thing for them to do out there, and their scores are just a byproduct of the fun that they're having with it.
Yeah, they just look like they're having a blast, and they are, and they put in a lot of time. It's a full-time job.
So, Aaron, and Hank, I'm going to sort of talk a little bit about, back in the day in the early 80s, even early 90s, the overall competition was the title. The Masters overall champion was huge. The World overall champion, the US Open, all these guys, all these titles was absolutely huge. But most of the skiers did all 3 events. We've been a little more specialized recently. But with this WorldWaterSkiers overall tour back on, and these young guys having strong events in all 3, they're really sort of changing the landscape of overall skiing, and it's really exciting to watch.
Well, when you mentioned skiing all 3, Kiwi, we're going to go to the dock for a quick interview, then we'll chat a little bit more.
Yeah, we're just going to wait there just for a second as he sits down the end. We'll shorten the rope. We're heading down to the dock right now.
Okay, down to the dock, folks.
All right, Dorian, almost getting through that 39. I know it stings, but great skiing out there. How are you feeling going into jump?
Awesome. I mean, well, I could have been feeling better. It would have been nice to not have to swim in. Instead, I could have just skied over to you. But yeah, it was good. I mean, I went out there and I was nervous. Like, Martin skied well. Joel fell early. I wasn't expecting that, and tried to think about maybe just go out and try to run 39, break the overall record, and almost did it. But yeah, I don't know. I got to work on my 6 balls, I guess. Huh.
Yeah, well, let's see a big jump and maybe push that overall record.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, obviously the tour record, the WWS record's on the line too, and Joel and I both broke it yesterday, and it's his right now, so that's what I'm going for too.
Good luck.
Okay, so here comes Joel Poland now. He's coming back in at 38 off. He's got a point to prove after his tricking event. Not the greatest start, but he's got out of 2 ball, no problems. He's around 3. Nonchalantly heads out of 4, no problems around 5, and he's going to get 6. So just looks a little loose, in my opinion.
He wasn't all that comfortable with that pass, was he? It was 38 off, downwind. So we're going to talk a little bit about his current form lately. This guy's been killing it all year long. He's actually, he's a tour leader right now, and he's pretty much going to win the tour regardless of what happens today. So kudos to him for that. But unfortunately on Tuesday, I believe it was, he took a bit of a spill jumping. And when you take a spill jumping, no matter how small it is, it hurts. He's probably feeling it. He still excelled yesterday, but maybe the body's not quite holding up, and they had that early fall in tricks, and maybe just kind of tightening up a little bit in the slalom event too. That being said, I still probably expect him to come back at 39 and crush it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could speak to that. You're the guy that was jumping those incredible distances. And I mean, when you go out the front and And, you know, I understand. I think he actually knocked himself out, you know, and to come back only a couple of days later and actually
amazing.
make a turn and really go out the jump, that takes some testicular fortitude.
Yeah, it does. Definitely does.
Yeah, this guy's got that in spades, doesn't he? Yeah, he came out and did a single just to kind of feel things out yesterday, but then he went right into a double and went 220. So this guy he's not scared, that's for sure. He doesn't mind putting it back on. But this is 39 off. This guy can dance around on his ski better than anybody. Big 135s. That is a huge one. And hooks up tight at 2. His personal best somewhere around 4 at 41. And he is making short work so far of 39. Will he be our first competitor through the pass? Yes, he will. Joel Poland showing you how it's done. The top score so far in the slalom event.
Yeah, great skiing, Joel. Great skiing. And again, he has got the bit between his teeth and point to prove. So we'll see here on the replay, like Kiwi alluded to at the time. The start was impeccable. He crushed one ball. As you see now, he's pulled out for his gates.
Yeah, so you know he was struggling a little bit on that 38 off we saw, and then he said, you know what, I'm just going to throw down on 39, and he killed it. Look at that lean behind the boat. Wow, that's some leverage right there. Getting that shoulder down, getting the acceleration, and then just hooking that ski around 4 and 5. And just kind of waiting on 6 here as he comes through the end of the pass at 39 off. And we're looking at our results so far as they all kind of stack up. We've got Martin Coleman right now, actually. Dorian's got huge scores, but Martin Coleman's still clinging onto that lead by 6 overall points. 1962 versus 1956. The benefit Dorian's still got this jump event to come. So Martin's sitting pretty, but Dorian's right on his tail.
Yeah, well, Joel Poland now is our final skier of the men's slalom division. Personal best of 4 at 41. Through the gates now. He's around 1, and he'll get over to 2. He's around 2. S turns, and he will get back to the gates for a full 2 boys at 2 at 41. Good skiing there from Joel Poland.
Yeah, coming through the official scores, 2 from the boat, and let's watch this replay. So this guy's got his, you know, he didn't have the tricks, but he's not done. He wanted to have the best score out there in slalom, and he's done that. He's proved how intense of a competitor he is. Look at that. Gets back down, nails it across the wakes, squeaks. Oh, I don't know. We'll wait for the replay. You know, the boat judge calls in first. They've got they don't have the option of a review or a replay. It was very, very close. I would hate to be judging these scores, but we're thinking it's maybe just inside 1, maybe outside number 2. Who knows?
Yeah,
but regardless, he's got the 1,000 points. He's got the top score. So far on your board, it's 2 at 41 off.
So we watch him. He didn't have a great start, and he gets pulled up to the inside. And here is the crucial point, whether or not he's going to get around the ball. Super slow-mo, Joel Poland, and it looks to me, and I'm not the judge, but it looks to me like he went inside that ball.
Yeah, I would say so. That score might be getting adjusted here pretty quickly. Down to 1 at 41 off. And still with 1,000 points. And Martin Coleman actually still holding on, even with that change in scores. Martin Coleman now, 1928. He has the lead as we go into jump. Dorian Llewellyn sitting behind him, 1921. And the young guy from Italy, Eduardo, with 1837. Tanguy, 1645. Unfortunately, Joel, 1412 with 1,000 points in slalom, but not much in the trick event. We'll see him back in jump, though, pretty shortly.
All right, Joel, great slaloming. I know you went down a little bit early in the trick event, but how are you feeling going into jump?
Little bit sore, I'm not going to lie, but yeah, not too bad. I mean, it's definitely going to be tricky to come back from that trick fall, but we're going to try at least.
Yeah, and that's what's good about overall. You honestly never know until it's over. But tell us a little bit. I know you won the overall Pro Tour. So how are you feeling about that? What do you think about this tour, and what's your favorite part of it?
It's been really fun so far. It was like the first tournament, I didn't ski too great, but no one else did, so I managed to walk away with second. And then since then, it was like second, first. I was actually most excited for this event, and I just took like a little tumble in practice at the start of the week, and that's kind of like set me back a little bit, so it's just been like a bit of an uphill climb, but it's been really cool hanging out with everyone on the tour. It's been a fun year.
Yeah, well, congrats on that, and good luck for jump. Just kind of have fun, right?
That is the aim.
Alrighty, folks, we're back here at the site, and Lauren Morgan doing such a great job there interviewing Joe Poland, and we're getting ready for the jump event, and the exciting event of the day, that's for sure. And we've got the best jumpers in the world, which makes it even more exciting. But while we got a little break in the action, I want to thank all of our sponsors. Can't thank them enough. Our local sponsors, Aquaski, Action Water Sports, Mastercraft, Ski Fluid, and of course the Llewellyn family for everything that they've done to make this happen with World Water Skiers. And then our tour sponsors, Acquire Clothing, Centre Nautique, White Cross, Dream Makers Foundation, and Red Bull. Could not do this without Red Bull. They have been such a fabulous sponsor to support us on our tour. Went from overseas to Austria, to France, to Canada, to Calgary, and now our final stop here in beautiful Central Florida on Lake Grew at Ski Fluid.
All right, so we have some spectators here we want to hear from. So tell us your name and where you came from.
Yeah, My name is Dan Reaney, and I'm from Claremont, Florida.
Well, thank you for coming all the way from Claremont. We appreciate it. What do you think of the overall tour so far?
Well, I like this. I like this tournament a lot. Yeah, I'm a big overall fan.
Yeah, thanks. So we all are. Yep, we love overall. So tell us a little bit, is this your first time coming to an overall stop, or we know we've seen you at other tournaments, so how does this kind of compare to those normal tournaments?
Yes, I like the idea that this tournament is precisely just for overall. It's very refreshing, and it's needed in the sport to keep the overall going.
Thank you. Thanks. But he was an overall skier himself. What do you think of the overall tour?
Yeah, this is fun. I just a few miles from my house. I'm going to come watch some of the best overall skiers in the world. Just go out and do their thing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thanks for coming. Think we can get you out there on the overall tour one day?
Absolutely not. No.
Why? Why? What's your least favorite event and what's your favorite event?
They're my favorite events, but I think the mind's willing, the body probably isn't. So I'm good.
All right, yeah, we've heard that from Natty and a few others as well. But anyway, thank you for coming, and yeah, good luck for slalom stuff.
Thank you.
All right, and the course is now being changed as we get set for the women's jump. This is the final event of this overall tour final. The ramp right now set at 5 foot. Our first competitor, Anna Gay, is going to be going out at the 5 foot ramp. Then the ramp will be lifted to 5.5. A few more course changes, and we'll be in with the action. Jarrett Llewellyn sitting next to me. So far, mate, this competition is stacking up pretty tight. We got Martin Coleman leading the men's. I'm still waiting to see where the women's are sitting. Martin Coleman's just ahead of Dorian Llewellyn, and the all-important jump event coming up. Your favorite?
Yeah, conditions are ideal. Your place, it's always usually dialed in pretty good. A lot of world records. I'm sure Dorian's a little upset about not going out the gates. Those extra 2 buoys would have definitely made it more doable.
Potential, yeah,
it would have been like a
sure.
230, but now I think it needs to be a 236 or something. But, it's the end of the year, and everybody wants to bang one out at the end of the year. And the one thing that has to come is the conditions, and here we are, perfect.
Yeah, looking at that, the visual on your screen, that slight headwind just kind of rippling the water up, giving these skiers that beautiful sort of takeoff floaty feeling as they hang down the lake. And hopefully we'll be getting started here pretty shortly.
Yeah, maybe we can get the women's scores up here. That's been an unbelievable race, and it was pretty heated in the prelims with only 4 going through. We had 8 women, which is great. To have them all, it's all in their backyard, so it's great to see them all here. And
yeah, we saw obviously we saw Regina Jaquist get the 1,000 points in the slalom with the 1 at 41. But what impressed me was Hannah Strautsova, and there we are. The score's coming up on our screen anyway. Hannah Gay is currently leading because she's got that huge trick score of 10.350 with 3 at 11, gives her 18.18. So she's ahead, then Hannah, then Regina, but obviously with jump to come is not Hannah's strongest event, and that's where Hannah and the likes of Hannah and Regina are going to make up some ground.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. She just, PB, she did a PB, well, it was a WWS record yesterday, and she's probably looking to break the overall WWS record this weekend, so that's pretty awesome.
84.10 was Hannah's trick score, right behind Regina Jake was 71.30. That's impressive. I didn't think she, was putting together as many points as that, but a huge score, with only a little bit of training. The 1 at 41 is setting her well ahead. If you get to give you an indication, like she's a pass, 6.5 buoys, I guess, ahead of number 2 spot, which is Hannah. That's 120 points she's got on her competitors there, but she did lose a bit of that in the tricking. So she's currently sitting in 3rd. She could jump with the best of them, though. She hasn't done as much jumping as she would like. But still, she went 160 yesterday and quite capable of posting one up around 170 today if she wants to push it.
Yeah, and Hannah, going into the best event, Hannah is the strongest in the jump event. Jumping 55 meters yesterday that's a poke. That's pretty good.
That's a heck of a poke.
Yeah.
181.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, we got a moment here. We got to talk about the WWS because WorldWaterSkiers have put together a fantastic event with this tour, and a little bit about what WWS is. Remember, if you haven't joined WWS as a competitor or a fan, you are missing out, because anyone and everyone can join. Pro, amateurs, judges, clubs, even non-skiers like your mom, dad, grandma, grandpa can sign up to stay connected. Follow the kids, see where they're skiing, when and how they're doing. It's a platform like Facebook or Instagram, but it's for the water ski community. So the more we all engage in it, the more we will all unite. So really check out WWS.com, WorldWaterSkiers.com. Great organization.
Yeah. And Hank, as we're just kind of sitting waiting for this event to kick off, a few boys being changed, and we're going to welcome along Robert Hazelwood's going to join us in for this jump event. Robert, welcome, mate. How you been doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's exciting to be here. Yeah, it's some good skiing going down, especially in that trick event. There's some big scores, and yeah, it's exciting.
And as excited as we are to have you here, why aren't you on the water?
Oh, just some stuff at the start of the year. Had a bit of a knee injury that kind of popped up, and then ended up kind of focusing on slalom a little bit. Was really enjoying that. And then kind of the season rocked up, and I hadn't kind of jumped or tricked, and I was like, right, we'll get moving. And then from May 1st through till end of July, there was a slalom tournament every single weekend, traveling kind of all around Europe, all around America. So there just wasn't that much time, you know. And then it got in, and enjoyed my slalom, and kind of getting. HO has such a fantastic team with the testing and being able to really try some stuff and kind of getting into that. And it takes time, it takes a lot of energy, and it's nice to be able to kind of focus on that, you know, really prioritize that side of it, which is what you can't do when you're an overall, you know.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know Robert Hazelwood, he's one of the top overall skiers in the world and competes at a lot of these events. But he's been focusing on his slalom. He had a few injuries and a few things going on. But we have spoken about that a lot today, is the dedication, the amount of time it takes to be an overall skier. You talked about, hey, specializing, you got to focus on, you know, to be the top in one event, you got to kind of focus all your energy. These guys are doing it in all three. It's tough, isn't it?
Well, I tricked. So we did Water Ski Nation. There's a fantastic tournament going on at the minute online, where you kind of everyone's putting in like a few tricks together, and it's the most creative. Joe went off a ramp, Dorian did a dart. Like, there's some really cool stuff going on, and I got invited to join in. So I was like, oh, you know what? I'll give it a go, and put mine together. And for 5-6 days, kid you not. I mean, I don't think I took a day off the next day. Luckily, went together. That was the plan anyway. And then I skied so bad the next few days. My back was sore, my shoulders, my hips. So to do that every single day, I forgot how much pain you live in as an overall. It's just a constant state of pain. And that's kind of why I don't miss it that much.
Well, the thing, Robert, is you guys are good in all three events, as the specialists are in their event. And that's what makes it even so amazing. So in order to be that good, it takes a lot of time and energy. It's a full-time job.
Oh, 100%. Oh, without a doubt. It's so much skiing. And I think to be any good, you need minimum 3 sets a day, 6 days a week, consistently. Anything less than that, and you're just not getting the sets and reps that you need. You need to have had a good upbringing, which luckily I had. And it's just so much time on the water, and like I say, to get your body right. I went over to Joel's for dinner the other night, and he was going to meet his physio at 9:30 at night, because his physio works after he puts his kids to bed, and to get a massage just so he could ski the next day. You know, it's like, and I'm like, I have never felt better from just kind of going down a slalom, and that's why I kind of watch this like, man, I miss it. I miss jumping. Don't really miss tricking.
Well, look at this water out here. You got to be chomping at the bit with the conditions.
Fluid has the heart of my jump. I mean, I had 2:14 here, one of my best jumps I've ever had. And I come back out here and see the headwind. I'm like, oh, kind of miss it. I do miss the jump. Don't miss the crashes.
Nobody does.
Oh, it's windy. Oh, it's this. Oh, where do I go? Oh, the boat's this. The boat's that. The ramp's this. But
well, this event is kind of typical of most overall events. You know, we start with the tricks of the slalom, then we go through the other alternate event, and then jumps usually the final event. And you know, for those of us on the shore watching, for those of us in the event, the excitement builds, you know, through the event, and it's the finale is always the jump.
Oh yeah.
And it's 3 chances out there to now only your best score counts. Just got to, you know, ski it away, no form, just purely distance, and you really at this stage of the competition just throw everything at it, don't you?
Oh, 100%, and and it can be good because you're going in and you know what you've got to do. And I'm sure Dorian knows what he needs to do to win. I'm sure Hannah knows what she needs to do to win. So they know, but also you got to go for it. You know, there's the girls behind that that are just going to be going for it. And if I'm correct, it's still seeded in the same way, right? So Hannah's still last off.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. Still seeded on the overall from the first round. So that's Anna Gay will be off the dock first.
Yeah, and that's where it's interesting that in most events in this situation, it would be seeded off jump individually, and whereas it's kind of, this is the really cool aspect of this is Anna's not, even though she's in the lead, she's not last off. So she's got to go out there knowing she's in the lead. She's got to put out, it's not her best event by far. She knows that she's got to go out there and try put out as big of a score she can and see if she can hold Hannah off and Regina and Paige, where all three of them jump is probably their stronger event, especially Hannah Stratzlova.
Yeah, Hannah's got the goods in the jump event, and she's sitting pretty good after the first round. She's sitting in second, 16.94, just ahead of Regina. But they've got some ability to make up ground in this jump event over Anna.
Yeah, it's going to be real hard to. I think it's going to be hard to hold Hannah off. To be honest, she's got some distance in her, and I'm sure excited to watch. I mean, conditions are perfect. You had one of the best jump sites in the world. The headwind is a dream.
And I mean, I'm going to speak to the boats right now too, because the last few years, definitely the best jumps on the ranking list, the best jumps of the year have always been behind this Mastercraft 6.2 liter Pro Star. It's got the power, it's got the consistency, the hold to propel these skiers, way down the lake. We saw basically the tour record, the Pro Tour record. Ryan Dodd went 240 here earlier on this year at the Mastercraft Pro.
Quite easily.
Easily too. We've seen some just huge jumps behind this boat. It really finishes the skier through the jump. Yeah. And with everything set up here, we've often had a lot of the big jumps, the world records, and I'm really excited to see what these guys can come up with here today.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. And this is the setup. My second best ever jump was here. My first one was at home, so it's probably fair. But it's exciting to see what these people can put together. Just getting some final finishing touches set up on the conditions, making sure that the boat's all set up, making sure the skiers are all ready. Then we'll be off to go to the races pretty soon.
I do see the boat running down the end just to do its phantom pass. Just make sure the conditions are the same. We've got a good view of that Beeman custom jump ramp. Rob Beeman has built a number of the best jumps in the country, and ships them worldwide as well. And this one is been hit many times from all the jumpers from all over the world. We got that cross up the top left corner. That's where you want to try and keep your eyes skiing towards that, from the bottom right to the top left, as you take that angle through the jump and launch yourself down the lake.
Oh yeah, good old Beeman. You're going to go a long way.
So let's chat just a little bit for the folks that are watching that aren't used to tournament water skiing, and we've been talking about the headwind and how great it is. Robert, what benefit do you have with the headwind? What does it do for the jumpers?
The same as an airplane essentially. You come off the top, the wind catches your skis, and you feel them straight away. For me, this is my explanation. I feel exactly where they are straight away. I know that they're going to catch wind. I know that I'm going to fly up. I'm going to have support all the way from the moment I leave the ramp all the way to my landing. And distance-wise, you're going to be more confident because you can feel those skis on your feet. You can push into that wind. But also, it gives you that extra lift off the top, obviously. Exactly the same as an airplane wing. You always want to be taken off into that headwind if you can. Tailwinds, people can go a very long way in a tailwind.
We could be seeing that today.
Dodd went 220 this year in a pretty hefty tailwind to win a pro event. So it's for sure possible to go a long way in a tailwind, but luckily we don't have to worry about that today. We have a dreamy headwind here, and I believe do you have some news, Kyle, on the men's jump event?
Oh, we're still waiting to hear, mate. I
still
had some inklings of some developments, but we'll get back to that pretty shortly. I think our first skier is about to leave the dock. This is Anna Gay, and she's going to be going out. The woman set the speed at 54 kilometers per hour. That's 33 miles. But they try to almost double the speed of the boat as they make their cut towards the jump ramp, and then straighten their legs, boost themselves off the top of the ramp, and fly humanly possible down the lake. Anna, his personal best, somewhere around 44 45 meters, I'm guessing.
I think so, yeah.
Let's look at the
She's a much
first
better
round
jumper
score.
than we all think. I know that.
Yeah, 41.3 the first round, so she was down a little bit, but I think she has posted some jumps in the right around 150 maybe in the past.
Yeah, I think that's around where she is. I think yesterday, but she's going to want more for sure.
So the interesting part, Rob, is she's got this huge 10.350. That's 1,000 points. She had a very, very nice slalom score, 3.11. She's currently our leader, 1,818 points. And that's somewhat like maybe, when I look at it, about 130 or so over our next competitor and 140 over, say, over Regina. So she is still battling for a place on the podium. Maybe even, it's going to be hard to get on the top spot, but I think she's going to want at least second or third.
For sure, yeah. And it's interesting how she's gone from last place yesterday to first place, moving into jump today. So let's see what she can put together. Big countercut, flying those wakes. Looking like she's got some good speed as she comes into that turn, gets those skis around, and extending off the top, little bit back as she moves into her flight. But I think that's a nice little warm-up jump for her.
Definitely there, Rob. Our first jump on the board. And, yeah, she looked like she sort of was setting up pretty good, panicked a little bit, made a bit of a faster turn, and then she wanted to, and ended up a little bit early to the bottom. But, you know, a lot of these skiers use that first jump to kind of feel things out, kind of get a bit of a sight picture. And they've got 3 attempts. It's only the longest, right? So that one she'll use as a sighter, and she'll look at step it up on jumps 2 and 3.
Yeah, like you say, just looking a little nervous on that first jump, almost thinking she was a little later than she was maybe in that turn. But let's hope she can calm down a little bit. I think that maybe was the spot, but just needs to stay a little more chill there, I think.
38.2 meters.
That's it. So that's a 38.2.
38.2. 41.3 yesterday. Yeah, what's her corrections going to be here, Rob? She's obviously going to come down.
Like you say, yeah, I think she's got to come down and calm down a little bit in that turn. Like you say, just pushing with her right super early through the turn. Leading with that shoulder a lot just makes it very hard to keep that connection and balance through the wakes and jump. But we shall find out if she can make those corrections. I saw her dad was giving us some tips on the shore. So let's see what she can put together on jump 2. Is she going to bring it down? Is she going to...
So no stops in the jump event. The boat spins around straight back in for jump number 2. And this is where it all starts. She pulls out wide on the towboat and turns. That's the 600-foot buoy. It's 600 feet from the distance from the jump. That gives her a time. Now she's wide on the boat, up level with the driver. Slowing down, picking her a spot, making her turn. This looks a little bit better. Hopefully she can keep her angle in. Still sitting down a little bit on the ramp. Looks a little unsettled off the second wake.
A lot of shoulder action going on that turn.
All righty, we're going to
head to the dock.
down to the dock right now. Have a look.
All right, we have a little announcement, some breaking news. Joel?
I'm pulling out. I got to tap the head. Kind of bummed about it, but it's how it goes sometimes, you know?
Yeah, you said you're dealing with a little neck problem there, having some injuries.
Yeah, I had a little crash earlier in the week jumping. Just went out the back and bashed myself. Not too bad, not as bad as you, but bashed myself around a little bit. And the people that care about me, we were talking before the event, and they were like, if you don't trick well and you don't slalom well, do not jump, which I did yesterday, so I jumped. And then today, neck was hurting a little bit, and I said if it hurt, I won't jump. So I'll tap the head and pull out of this one, sadly.
All right, well, sorry about that. We hope you feel better.
Thank you very much.
All right, here and there from Joel Pollan. It's unfortunate that we are not going to see him in this jump event. I guarantee you that guy would have given his best shot out on the jump ramp if he could. But that crash he took earlier on in the week has taken its toll on him. He tried yesterday for us. He put on a good show. He was the top seed.
Still put up for 218.
Yeah, but unfortunately, just he's out with the trick event. He still went out there and showed us how well he can slalom, but jumping is tough on the body, and he's decided to lay low on this round. But congratulations to him. He's going to be crowned our tour winner. He's won a couple of the other events and was second in the other one. So he's already clinched the tour title, and we'll be presenting him that award later on. Here is Anna Gay, 39.7 for jump 2. Better lift. That's her biggest.
That's got to be the biggest. I think that's going to be in a similar spot that we saw yesterday. Notice the finish of the turn, much more balance, carrying much more speed. So much better as she moves into that jump, and let's hope that gives her a little bit more distance And I believe she was the sole women's jumper up there at 5 foot at 150. So we are going to be cranking that jump ramp up to 1.65 meters, or 5'6" for you Americans out there, and seeing if some of these jumpers can put up some bigger scores. But excited to hear what that score is going to be, and if it is going to put up enough of a fight to hold off the rest of the women.
And a shot to the dock as we see our fellow competitors getting ready there. That's Matt Reaney on the dock, getting his daughter ready for this jump event. She's currently sitting in 4th, had a bit of an average trick score, a good slalom. She's going to need a big jump to sort of try and secure a spot. It's going to be tough to get a spot on the podium today. She's a capable jumper, 150 plus, 155. And the final distance coming through from Anna there, Rob, 40.1. That's her best. Not quite as good as she achieved yesterday.
No.
But it's still putting her in the lead right now with around 2,800 overall points. And her job is done. She's got to sit back and wait and see what these other girls can do.
Yeah, and I think her best goal here is going to be hoping to try kind of cling on for a podium, you know, and she's obviously where I think she's going to be looking is going to be at Regina. Paige Reaney, her jump has come on massively in the last few years, so I'm not counting her out yet, but I think it's going to be really tight between who takes that 3rd spot, and obviously 1st spot we haven't seen anyone else go yet, but I'm excited to find out who is going to come up with those podium spots. But yeah, Paige has improved her jump a lot lately. We're the same age, so we've grown up through the junior ranks a lot going together. Never looked like she massively enjoyed jump, never looked like she kind of put too much time into it.
No, agreed.
I remember one winter, I think she came back and she'd gained maybe 20, 30 feet in one winter. She went from kind of 38, 39 meters all the way up to kind of 46, and now obviously 48. So she's really been putting some work in these past few years.
Yeah, it's such a confidence sport, isn't it?
Oh,
like,
yeah,
you know, with
100%.
jumping, you know, she's obviously a extremely talented athlete with some huge scores in slalom, and anyone tricking, you know, over 9,000 points is got quite the athlete. So we're going to go to Doc right now and see what they've got to say.
Got Anna here. She just got off the water and jumped 3 solid-looking jumps. How'd it feel out there?
It was good. It was my first tournament of the year at 33.6, so I was just kind of trying to feel it out a little bit. But no, it was fun. It was fun to be back jumping. I really enjoyed it.
Well, good job.
Thank you.
And leaving the dock is Paige Reaney. She's heading down, setting up. We talked about her improvement in jumping. She's always had a strong slalom score, always a strong trick score, and she's climbing up. Trying to guess where she was in the overall, under 21 overall. I believe she may have won an overall championships, world overall championships, somewhere along the lines. Is that correct, Rob? Very close. I know she was on the podium.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I know she's had some troubles. Some troubles that it was. Dad is there. I'm sure he could tell us, but he looks like he's focusing. No, so she's never won a Worlds overall. So she's gonna want to make the WorldWaterSkiers her first one. So let's see what she can put together. Starting with a 3/4, which is an interesting move. Obviously coming off Anna with the double. So let's see if this tactic kind of proves to give her some distance. But big, strong countercut out there. Really nice looking countercut. Already looking later than Anna. Getting those skis around beautifully. Nice.
Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful jump.
Textbook first jump there. And
so
you can
interesting choice to go to the 3/4, but some skiers, you know, who work really hard on their pull out, on their countercut, can get up on the boat pretty wide on the 3/4 cut and maybe find a little more consistency with their turn.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of it's a confidence thing. Obviously, these are overall skiers, so there's not, they don't always have a ton of time, so it can be a little bit easier to be a little bit more consistent on that 3/4 and really, really dial it in, you know, maybe missing a little bit of distance here and there, but it can be consistent, it can be dialed in, and really putting up some good scores there.
154 feet, Rob, right straight into the lead in the jump event.
Yeah.
We're going to see how that stacks up into her overall score, but adding quite a bit of distance onto that top score so far in this women's overall event.
Yeah, that's 46.
That's a handy jump for her. I'm guessing her PB is right around that same area, maybe 158.
I think so.
157 we're hearing is her PB, so 3 feet shy. And, you know, she didn't have the best tricks, but she'll be satisfied if she can go in with a PB here and jump. And I have a feeling after that first attempt, a little wider, a little later, she's got some beautiful ramp work. She really floated that one down the lake. So let's hope for a little more speed on jump number 2 and that little more distance.
Here she comes around the corner.
We're going to head down and check out the dock in just a second, maybe after her second jump. Pedrini coming back, choosing another 3/4 cut. She's got her timing dialed. She's going to try and get a little wider here, hopefully bring that cut down as you see her coming in, slowing the skis down now, choosing her point, making the turn. A lot of angle out of that turn. Can she dig into the bottom?
Oh, did she make it on?
That was close, wasn't it?
I'm not actually sure she made it on the ramp. That was late.
We're going to head down to the dock. And
Matt thinks she does fine.
So, yeah. Okay, we got Regina. Nice headwind. Are you excited?
Yes, I'm excited. Every jumper loves a headwind. So we'll see what happens. Good luck. Thank you.
And waiting for that distance to come through. I don't know if she got quite the same legs on the ramp. We saw her.
I don't know if she hit the ramp.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe a little panicked. Looked a little. Yeah, 144 as it comes through. 144 on jump number 2. She looked a little. We're going to watch this replay. Maybe we'll see it from this angle or not. She disappears behind the jump. Maybe a little tall through the wakes and then quite hold a direction into the bottom. Didn't quite get that extension off the ramp. Slipping out a little bit. But hey, a long jump's 2 ingredients. A lot of speed and ramp work. So she had the speed maybe, not the ramp work on that one.
Yeah, and I think I often struggled with a similar problem. When I got really late, I just used to want to get on my left shoulder. All I wanted to do was put my left shoulder closer to the ramp because I knew that it felt like I was going to hit the ramp sooner, you know, I was going to get there quicker. And I think just be a little bit more patient, allow those skis to run, and she's going to just be a little bit earlier.
It's easier said than done. When you're gliding up beside that boat and you're looking at that jump coming in, you're looking at the side of it, you see more white than red, you want to go, you start to panic.
Yeah.
And every jumper experiences the same thing, staying calm at that moment of truth when you decide to make the turn and not starting too hard. Those who bury it out of the turn often get kind of pulled up and can't hold the direction. Those who can kind of keep their nerves calm, make a smooth turn, get that angle, end up getting the lift off the jump.
Right, similar spot as she comes in here. Come on, driving through the ramp.
Oh,
There's
yes.
the legs.
Another nice jump there. I think that's going to be, again, close to her first one, maybe a little further.
I think that's going to be bigger, yeah.
Let's hope. It's a personal best for Paige, and her endeavor is done. She's competed all 3 events, our first skier through it all, and she will go into the lead as our only jumper so far.
Yeah, and next up, I believe we have Regina Jaquiz coming off the dock. Surprising me that she managed to get back for this event. She has not been tricking or jumping much, so she is really on point at the minute, and that is a 48.5 meters.
No, it was the last one was 150, 45.8. 45.8.
45.8.
So it was a little
Oh,
down
I'm
on her
getting my
first one.
numbers
Her first jump was her longest.
Oh, I thought that was a little
154, but a very handy jump. But this girl on the water, she was second after the first round. She posted huge slalom scores, 1 at 41, both rounds. Tricks stepped up the tricks today, was in the 7,000 points. And we're trying to get the women's overall results refreshed so we know where we're at. Of course, Anna has already completed jump. I forgot about her. She might be still clutching onto the lead. But things might take a turn here if Regina can post a big jump over in excess of 160, which she secured yesterday.
Yeah, and it's exciting to see Regina back in the overall world. She's one of the best for many, many, many years. So it's exciting to really be able to see her get back out here after a knee injury and show the jump who's boss. I know it was interesting speaking to her. She just wanted to get back over the jump to show her that she obviously injured her knee on the ramp around May last year. So really wanted to get back on the jump this year and show the jump who's boss. But here she is coming around the corner. I believe she'll be doing a 3/4, yep, similar to Paige. So just taking the approach of just a little bit more consistency. obviously not quite as high up on the boat as the double, so you can't quite carry as much speed, but you can definitely get plenty of load. And Regina will see what she can put together on this three-quarter.
And I love that angle as the boat comes to the course. The boat speed at 33 mile an hour, 54K. And Regina generating a ton of speed. Maybe not getting the full extension, but another very handy opening jump for Regina.
Yeah, it looked a very different approach to Paige and Anna from what we've seen. They were really trying to go aggressive at the turn with that shoulder. Regina just letting those skis come around a little bit more than building into the base. So nice little technique there on that first jump. Just trying to get warmed up, trying to get moving and see what she can put together for jump 2.
And we've spoken about it all weekend that basically she's just getting back into this. And we've been updated with the overall results. Anna Gay is still holding on to the lead, 2.587. She's ahead of Paige Rini, 2.508. Regina Jaquist, we're going to get the score updated. Her jump score hasn't been plugged into the formula yet. But Anna Gay has basically secured a spot on the podium. Things can change, though, depending on what that top score is going to be. Hannah Strutzova will probably, or Regina Jaquist may increase it. Right now it's 46.9. All likelihood of Hannah going further than that and changing a few things up. And we are going to head to the dock and see who Lauren's got.
Pretty big cutout. I like to see it. How'd it feel?
It felt really good. My other events didn't go as well as I wanted them to, so I had to give it my all and jump, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. So,
good job.
Thank you.
And just chatting in there with Paige. And we are going to see what Regina can come up with on jump number 2. 43.4 there, Rob.
She's going to want more.
Yeah, she's going to want more. I mean, that's not a bad one. Like we said, she's just getting back into it. She treated that first one pretty easy. Another three-quarter cut. She's
Much
brought this
wider
one
on
down
this one.
a lot more.
Oh,
It's a
here
good
we
spot.
go. Oh, that was big.
Yeah.
Oh, she was going for it on that one. I was a little later, got a little pulled up at the wakes, but she decided to keep driving, keep pushing on, and got her legs on that one. I think that's going to be a big jump. Will it be as big as yesterday? We will find out, but she's coming off a 48.8 meter jump yesterday, so let's see what today has to offer, but a much better jump than her first one. Really adding the intensity, getting those skis right in the turn. Just getting caught on the wrong side of her skis off the second wake almost, getting caught inside. We never want to be inside those jump skis towards the ramp. You always want to make sure you keep driving, keep pushing in. 48.2 meters.
Didn't she do that pretty easy too?
That
158.
was,
That's our longest score so far.
And I think if she can keep that direction off the second wake, there's definitely a 50 meters in there somewhere. I'm sure of it.
154.
Yeah.
Regina 158. She did go 160 yesterday, so she's got more in the tank.
And I assume, will that put Regina into the lead?
We're
will
just
find
trying
out
to get
as
the
things
results
refresh.
updated. It's going to be close there, Rob. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very, very close. But that was a very nice jump there. Oh, Anna's still in the lead. Oh.
So by our calculations, she needs a little more.
16 points.
16 over a point. What's that, a meter? Maybe a meter and a half?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So she's going to need 50 meters to be close.
She's going to need 50 meters. I don't know if she knows that or not. She's probably worked it out.
Oh, no, that was first jump.
Oh, it has
Refreshed.
been updated. Yes, refreshed. And she did squeeze herself into the lead. Yes, she's 70
And
points
that's
ahead.
only with it. That's not with the second jump in yet. That's with the 45.8. So Regina is in the lead. Let's see here as she comes into jump number 3. Let's see if she can put herself out in the lead even further and see if she can push off Hannah Straslova. There we go. That's a better turn, better drive. Beautiful
she
kick
came
off
that
the
one beautifully, didn't she? Ton of speed and moving right out over the front of those skis. Another great jump for Regina.
Was a very, very nice jump there. Let's see what that pops out as. But it looks like she's finally starting to get her confidence back on the jump ramp. But that is her campaign done for this weekend. She is in the lead right now, we know that, but she has a very, very strong contender coming up after her. Hannah Straslova is a fantastic jumper, many-time pro tournament winner, and I believe with a best of around 56, 57 meters.
So just last weekend up at a tournament at Bennett's Water Ski School, she launched 188, which I think is her longest jump.
Yeah,
57 meters.
Wow.
I've seen her. She's been posting some jumps around 190. I did 190. I have seen her go close to that here in practice the other day, you're going to notice the intensity ramps up a lot here. This is her strongest event. This is what she's known for. Her slalom was great. Her slalom was maybe her best performance, her personal best. She's a great tricker, but jumping's where her strength lies. And she's down, obviously she's got to catch up a little bit from Anna, but definitely with a jump in excess of 180 feet, she's going to do that.
Yeah, and I think if my maths are correct, I could be very, very wrong. But if she gets this 1,000 points from... Oh, we're going... Oh, I think we are going to head and go down to the dock.
All right, and a beautiful view of that Mastercraft Pro Star. 6.2 litres, full of power, full of torque. Heading down the lake, the boat speed set at 54k. Les Todd, one of the best tournament drivers that has walked the planet, behind that wheel. And Hannah Streltsova is 75 feet is the length of the rope. She's behind that towboat. And she's gearing up. She won't be doing a 3/4 cut. She'll be doing full double, super wide on the boat. Let's watch this cut as she comes way down the lake, I think, from jump number 1.
Oh, yes. I'm excited to watch this. She really sends it down there. She's a very, very strong jumper. And I kind of, for the last 3 years, really grown year on year. And put in some really big jumps out there lately. So excited to see what she can put out here. Conditions are just a dream. Beautiful headwind. Like you say, beautiful boat. Beautiful sight. If she's going to go big, maybe she's going to hit that 190 today. I'd love to see that for sure. See if she can get that PB. But first of all, her eyes are going to be on this title.
Yeah, definitely. The overall title's the number 1,
yeah.
And I think jump number 1, she's going to be looking to do it right here and now. She wants to get ahead of that 48.3 that Regina's got. Add a few more points, get out in front, right on jump number 1, and then maybe relax and post a big one for the fans.
Yeah, and if my maths are correct, which they very much could not be, I think if she ends up taking the lead in this jump event, so beating the 48.3, that will put her in the lead of this event. So let's see what she can do on jump number 1. Double cut, nice and wide, beautiful turn. Oh, that is a big jump. That is the furthest jump we have seen today, and I believe that could be the winner of this event. We will find out in just a moment.
Rob, I'm not going to talk too early, but ladies and gentlemen, I think you're looking at the overall winner on the water right now after jump number 1. I think that's going to be in excess of 52, 53 meters, that jump number 1. That should seal the deal here, but she's going back. She wants more. Waiting for the official score as Jay Bennett, her coach, gives her a little few pointers. He wants more from her. She wants more from herself. The first jump is 180 feet.
Wow.
That is huge.
That is huge, and that, I believe, crowns her as our champion of this event. But first of all, we are going to head to the dock.
All right, we're here with Brooke Baldwin, the winner of the overall Pro Tour. Brooke, I know you can't ski today. Bummer. You're dealing with some injuries, but thanks for coming out and supporting. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I have quite a bit of FOMO at this current moment, but I wish I could try to ski and everything, but I'm really happy with how this season turned out, and I'm excited for next year.
Good job, and we're excited to see you next year.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and hearing from our Tour champion there, Brooke Baldwin, unfortunately injured and couldn't compete with us today. And it's also unfortunate that Joel wasn't able to get out there in the jump event coming up. He's retired, but our two Tour champions who are going to be crowned later on in the awards ceremony. And this is Hannah. She has already won this event. She's got the longest jump. She did a fantastic slalom score.
Oh, she's put it down.
And she is ahead in the overall. She's looking for 190. She went 180. Can she do it here on jump number 2?
Oh, that's
big,
bigger.
guys.
That is bigger, I think. Huh? Oh, Jay's telling her off. She's too early. She's too early. And that is the first jump. I don't know if we told you the distance, I believe, was a 54.1. And that obviously gives her the lead of this event. She is the champion of the Florida event and looking great doing it. But she is not done. She wants to put out a big score out there. She wants to go 190. Jay is looking at her coach, is shaking his head, telling us just to bring it down. The turn is good, everything is good, but the 6, bring it down, carry a little bit more heat into that turn, therefore getting a little bit more heat into that jump ramp and seeing what she can put together.
5.9, 183. She's added 3 feet to it. But her coach, and she knows she wants more. And she's looking great. The technique's there, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
And it just comes down to, in the end, hey, how late can you wait?
How late can you wait? For me, not very. For Hannah, she can go pretty late. So let's see what she can put together here. I'm excited.
And 55.9, 183. That's the longest jump we've seen on the overall tour so far this year. 181 was a record yesterday. 183, she's added a bit more to it. But we want more, guys. Get on your feet. Support our skier out there. Hannah, she's won the overall here at the Florida Cup, the tour final. Give her a round of applause and cheer her on. Hopefully we can push her bigger and better on jump number 3. Looking for 190. She knows she's got it in her. Everything is there set for her to do it today. The headwind's there. The boat's strong. She's in form. Can she wait that little bit later? She's got a good setup. A lot of speed into the bottom. And
oh, is that going to be big? A similar spot?
Very
Looks
similar
like
spot.
to
Round of
me.
applause, guys. Round of applause. I don't think that's going to be the 190, but hey, she has had an exceptional tournament and our champion for today. And Hannah returning to the dock, triumphant at this overall tournament, and we are hopefully going to get her a little interview here very shortly as the ramp goes up. 185, Rob.
Yeah,
wow.
185 feet for that last jump.
What a round of scores, huh?
I was going to say, I mean, that shows how perfect the conditions are out here right now.
181, 183, 185. She just needed a couple more jumps. She would have seen the 90.
Yeah, I think so. She's getting there. She's getting there slowly. And I'm excited to see what these men can put together. But first of all, we are going to head down to the dock.
All right, Hannah's coming in. She went 183 on her second jump. Hannah, great skiing in all events this weekend. A couple PBs or close to PBs in every event. Great job.
Yes, thank you. This is my second tournament overall this year, and it's so much fun to ski overall as well.
Yeah, good job.
What a pleasure to be here on the beach with Pierre Plouffe, the legend here at Tremblant. Pierre, good to see you.
Hi, Alain.
Tell me about your business. It's been here for a while.
We've been here for just about 25 years. We have activities for all tastes, all prices, and I can show you right now in the water. Let's go.
Yeah, this has to be the perfect spot for all water sports.
Well, we're trying to have all sort of activities on the water, starting with the non-motorized pedal boat, canoes and kayaks, and the very popular lately, the paddle boarding.
Yes.
We also have the sailing. We have some sailing. We have some sailing boat. We have the day camp for kids. We have fishing boats, runabout, and very popular pontoons, which you can go in the water with families and friends.
Mm-hmm.
We have a day camp for kids which includes water skiing in the morning, surfing and wakeboarding, and some fun board behind the pontoon at lunchtime. We also have a floating mountain, which we call the iceberg. Actually, it's so popular that we had to buy a smaller one for little kids that wanted to go up on one side and slide on the other side.
And the lake is always perfect for water skiing early in the morning, as I know you're the world champion, you train here.
Yeah, I train every day here, and it's fun to have people training with me in the morning, some adults training every day, and some kids also are training now.
Well, the perfect spot. We invite everybody to come and check it out.
Yes, we're waiting for you guys.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back, guys. And the ramp has gone up. It's at its full 6-foot height as we get set for the Open men's final event of this overall competition. And kicking off is going to be Tanguy Dailand, followed by Martin Coleman, Eduardo Morenzi, and Dorian Llewellyn. We're not going to see Joel out there today in the jump event, unfortunately. But wasn't that an exciting Open Women's overall event? Our leader, our winner, Hannah Streltsova, 2,694 points over Regina Jaquist, coming back from injury and getting a second spot on the podium. And Anna Gay rounding out the podium with 2,400, right in there behind, with a great overall, great trick score. Down a little bit in the jump, but a solid slalom score too. So congrats to the ladies, Hannah Streltsova, Regina Jaquist, and Anna Gay.
Yeah, and that sure is exciting, and it's great to see the women's overall field real competitive this weekend. I believe there were 7 competitors in this event, so filling out the allowed competitors of the event and really kind of making it tight the whole weekend. It was tough to qualify for the event. I mean, our current world overall champion couldn't make it, didn't make the cut.
Missed out, unfortunately.
So that shows how big of a cut this was, and Regina even coming back from injury, kind of making it in, and Anna and all the women in that event, big scores.
The level of performances there, Rob, like, you know, looking at the records, you know, Regina broke the tour record in slalom, 1 at 41. It looked like Hannah broke the jump record, 185, and I'd say Anna's pretty close on that trick record, 10.350.
Yeah, I think
yeah, so pretty much a record on all 3 events for the tour so far this year. So great skiing from the ladies, but now it's on to the men's. And the boat speed now set, Rob, at 57k, 35 mile an hour. Things get, the ante gets up a little bit. The ramp height is up to 6 foot, and that ramp is hard and fast.
All right, let's head down to the dock.
All right, Martin, we got a nice headwind. We're going into the last event. What's the approach going into this jump set?
Yeah, so trick and slalom went pretty well, so now just bring in speed into the turn, carry it all the way through the ramp, and hopefully the wind will help.
All right, well, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, we're just hearing from Martin Coleman on the dock. He is currently our leader in the overall competition, 1928. Squeaking ahead of Dorian Llewellyn, 1921. So it's going to be a tough battle between those two. Dorian's got the upper hand, maybe with his jump event so strong. Eduardo sitting there in 3rd right now. But our first skier on the water, Tanguy Dailand, and he is currently sitting in 4th. He is going to set the pace here for us today. And we are looking for some big distance here, Rob. What do you think? Are the first jumper going to go over 200 today?
Oh, I hope so. I hope so. I mean, Coleman he's in the lead. Again, we've got the same situation with the men and with the woman. The person who came into this event in last place is now in the lead. So, oh, sorry, wrong person. Got my people wrong. It's Tanguy Dailand. I thought it was Martin Coleman. I got excited watching him talk. But all right, let's see Tanguy Dailand come in. He's been jumping a lot out at jacks lately and looking really, really strong. Just started, I believe he's doing something for med school, but here we are. Let's see what he can put together on jump 1. Good turn. Oh,
that was a late approach on jump number 1 there, Rob. That was taking some heat at it. Maybe right on the corner, as we saw Paige earlier. But so Tanguy, sensational tricker, really good slalom skier, and jump maybe his weak event if you want to call it that, but who can forget the Worlds last year? He banged out a personal best at the Worlds, 64, maybe 212 feet, added maybe 10 feet to his personal best at that tournament, which was awesome to see. So he's got it in him. Hopefully he can find it here today. He missed his lift a little bit yesterday, came up a little shy with his distance.
Yeah.
Maybe it was around 190 feet, somewhere around there. You can see him way out in front of the boat there as he slows down. And this replay makes his turn. And let's see if how much he makes it on the ramp.
Oh, that was pretty late.
You might want to check his fin after
I
that.
was going to say,
and
yeah.
his wetsuit, maybe.
Yeah, that was a very, very French first cut. They like to go late. They like to leave it on the corner. I like to stay firmly in the middle when I jump, but that obviously distance isn't going to matter too much. Hopefully, he's not going to be too happy if he doesn't improve off that. But this boat's strong, man. This boat is strong, so he's going to want to be getting down.
Yeah, I think he felt it there off the second wake, didn't he? He was sort of like, oh, I'm good here, and then power came on. He was straight at that corner.
Yeah, whether he wants to take a little more intensity out through the turn, or just maybe bringing it down just a touch to get his legs on the jump. But we will find out what he decides to do and see what he can put together.
Waiting for the official score to come through. Well, I mean, I guess it's maybe 160
maybe,
or so.
Maybe mid 160s, maybe 170. But yeah, hopefully that's not his final score. We will see as he comes in. Big double cut up on that second side. Is he going to make it just a little bit earlier? He is. Beautiful cut. And getting split yet again. As he comes on that ramp.
He's pushing it though. That's good to see. So, Rob, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the timing on this. You don't have to be on the corner for a big jump.
No.
But when you have a big jump and you hit middle, you go,
could have been better.
Could it have been better if I was that little bit later?
Yeah.
Right. So it is. You push it as late as you dare, and being right on the corner is not imperative, but it definitely helps being as late as possible to try and take the speed through the ramp. We saw his skis split on that replay, not getting the legs, not getting the distance that he's looking for on jump number 2.
Yeah, and I think that's, like you say, the corner isn't imperative. I was never a massive fan of being that far on the corner. I always figured out there was places I could gain my distance elsewhere. And I maybe believe that Tanguy needs to maybe be working on that just a little bit. He's very, very late. And I think it's just causing, when you're that late, you get so much pull, you get so much pressure come through those skis. And sometimes it's nice to just get a good jump under your feet. He's now had 2 jumps. He doesn't really have a distance that he's going to be happy to work with. He wants to put some pressure on Eduardo Morenzi, but it is going to be tough. He's going to need a few extra feet up, quite a few extra feet here. But let's see what he can put together on jump number 3. He'll be coming around that corner now.
And jump number 3 coming into the course. He hasn't executed here on jump 1 or 2 yet. A little shy. We had that same issue in the first round, scoring somewhere around the 190-foot mark. And we are looking to see what he can do on jump number 2. Yeah, 56.6 he went in the first round. So
he is later. This is a big cut. Let's see what he can put together. He gets his legs. That will be the biggest jump of the set.
Definitely the biggest jump. Rob, you sounded surprised when you say he got his legs there.
Well, I didn't think he was going to get his legs, to be honest. I thought wasn't sure which way he was going to land, but I didn't think he was going to stay on his skis. Put it one way. That was a big turn, big cut. And considering he hadn't kicked a jump yet, I didn't think that was going to be the one, but little bit of a split on the ramp, but managing to carry some speed through the top. And I think managing to get some distance on that one. Having a little bit of a technical issue with the distances, so let's see what we can find out there. We're just going to have a quick break on the water, but we will find out his distances now and see what he has to offer.
Alrighty, well, we got a little delay here in getting the distances, so at this time we want to thank all our local sponsors, Ski Fluid, just a world-class facility, Action Water Sports, the world's largest Mastercraft dealer, Mastercraft Boats, can't thank them enough, Aqua Ski Mexico, Water Sports Park and Ski Cable Park Resort, been a major sponsor here at the 2022 WWS Florida Cup. Tonight, Elixir Orlando going to have a fun ceremony party tonight. Wrap up this year. Red Bull can't thank you enough for kickstarting these events, giving these incredible athletes a stage to show off their skills. And then all our tour sponsors, White Cross, Center Nautique, Acquire Clothing, Splash Eye, Trick, and WWS working together for 4 years on this new revelation of scoring tricks. And Dream Makers Foundation, making dreams come true. And once again, a big shout out to to Red Bull, and can't thank the Llewellyn family enough for everything that they've done to make this World Water Ski Tour possible. Just been a great event. Started off over in Europe. Now we're going to go to the dock for a minute and have a little chat down there.
All right, Hannah, you are the Orlando overall pro stop winner. How does it feel?
It feels great. That how I told her already before, I've been training overall all season, all year, but haven't really competed overall, and I was so excited to have the opportunity to ski in the tournament overall, and so much fun.
Yeah, well, great job. You almost PB'd in every event. You skied great. What was your favorite event today?
I was excited for all three. It's just like one whole thing, and yeah, I skied pretty good for myself, like close to my PBs everywhere, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, well, good job, and we hope to see you on the tour next year.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you.
Yep.
What a pleasure to be here on the beach with Pierre Plouffe, the legend here at Tremblant. Pierre, good to see you.
Hi, Alain.
Tell me about your business. It's been here for a while.
We've been here for just about 25 years. We have activities for all tastes, all prices, and I can show you right now in the water. Let's go.
Yeah, this has to be the perfect spot for all water sports.
Well, we're trying to have all sort of activities on the water, starting with the non-motorized pedal boat, canoes, and kayaks, and the very popular lately, the paddle board.
Yes.
We also have the sailing. We have some sailing. We have some sailing boats. We have the day camp for kids. We have fishing boats, runabout, and very popular pontoons, which you can go in the water with families and friends. We have a day camp for kids, which includes water skiing in the morning, surfing and wakeboarding, and some fun board behind the pontoon at lunchtime. We also have a floating mountain, which we call the iceberg. Actually, it's so popular that we had to buy a smaller one for little kids that wanted to go up on one side and slide on the other side.
And the lake is always perfect for water skiing early in the morning, as I know you're the world champion, you train here.
Yeah, I train every day here, and it's fun to have people training with me in the morning, some adults training every day, and some kids also are training now.
Well, the perfect spot. We invite everybody to come and check it out.
Yes, we're waiting for you guys.
Thanks.
Okay, we are back now live and waiting for the next skier on the water. It's going to be Martin Coleman. We do have distances through, a little technical issue there, but Tanguy Dolan made it better with each and every jump. His first jump was right around 54 meters. He increased 56.5, and the last jump he banged one off 59.5, right underneath the 200 foot. We're right around 195, would you say, Rob?
Yeah. My feet conversions aren't great, but somewhere around there.
Right around 195. So a handy jump there for Tanguy on jump number 3. Looked a little unsettled on his first two, couldn't quite connect on the ramp, but got it together on that late cut on that last one. Martin Coleman, though, is heading... Sorry, yeah, Martin Coleman will be heading, going off the dock next. And he is sitting in the driver's seat so far. He's just a tad bit ahead of Dorian Llewellyn after the first two events of slalom and tricks. And he desperately wants to keep that lead. He hasn't had that successful of a challenge on the overall tour. Fell short at a couple of events in the slalom and the jump, but he has come up with the goods so far today, and let's hope he can bang one out there in the jumping and put some serious pressure on Dorian Llewellyn, who's right in there behind him.
I was going to say there was some exciting stuff going on in this men's event, and with Joel unfortunately having to pull out due to some injury problems, obviously having a crash at the start of the week really kind of knocking him out literally, I think. Unfortunately, just putting him out of the final of this event. But exciting to see who will come into that first spot. But we have Coleman there slapping his legs, getting himself ready on the dock. And I would say
almost
he's a very strong jumper, has a really beautiful technique, but sometimes his mind can get in the way. He likes to go a little bit early, go a little bit easy. But let's see if, in the final of this WorldWaterSkiers overall event, it's the last event of the year for him. He's going to want to put out some big scores. This is the tournament he's going to have to sit and go to bed and think about every night for the next year. Well, the next winter, the next off-season. So he's going to want to give himself some good memories and put out a big jump score.
So all of these skiers, all these jumpers here at this event, great, technique is perfect. Technique's very, very good. But, the difference between them is probably the will, the desire, the drive to push it, how hard to push it. Yeah, the
Gahongas.
yeah, there we go. We'll describe it that way. Yeah, the will to get down and get down and dirty and bring that cut really late and risk the reward ratio. I guess they want to push it, and so Martin sometimes is on the cautious side, but I guarantee you with such a good slalom and trick score so far, this could be one of his best oval rounds ever with 11,760 points, 4 at 39. He is heading that way, and with conditions, you're looking primo for jump.
And I
Who
think
knows what he can do here? He may look for a national record and a national oval record for his country. Who knows?
Yeah, and to be honest, he's not even that far off the world record. Puts out a big jump. He'd need a PB, but I believe his PB's in 2:13, 2:14 territory. So we see a big jump PB here. Maybe history has been written. Ready for Martin Coleman's first World Waterskiers overall gold medal, but we will find out in just a moment as he takes his way down the lake. The headwind is just beautiful to die for out there. Just making me really want to put my jump skis on, but unfortunately we're just here watching. Coleman is getting his knee braces strapped up, ready to go, getting psyched up. He's going to want to put this one out there. He's going to want to go big. I believe his best finish this year has been a 3rd place, if I'm correct. So he's going to want to one, improve on that, and 2, take the moment to maybe take his opportunity to win the whole thing.
All right, Martin Coleman, and it looks like he's choosing to do a 3/4 cut here on jump number 1. I think he actually did this in the first round. In his practice, he was 3/4 cutting. But like we said earlier, you can still get fairly wide on these 3/4 and go well in excess of 200 feet. He was close in the first round. Let's see if he can come up with the goods here. And we look at this angle from the other side of the lake. This is a great shot to see how late he's waiting and how much he's going to make it on the jump. And decided to pass.
That's where we see the Kahongas. Just going a little early on that first jump. Come on, Coleman, bring it down. We want to see a big jump.
So just to remind everyone, that is the option of the skier. There's always the option if things don't feel right, the timing's not there, early or late or out of position, to go ahead and pass, ski around the jump. It doesn't penalize our skiers. It's only the longest jump that counts, and he has 2 more. It puts a little more pressure on him, though.
Yeah, for sure. And it's never good. I never like passing my first jump. Always. I'm sure you were the same as well. You passed that first jump, it's like, oh, 3 jumps seem like so many. It seems like you've got all the time in the world. You got, first one, take a little crush. Doesn't matter. But you pass your first jump, still got a 0 on the scoreboard. Yeah, never nice. You don't know what the conditions are doing for the day. You don't know how the ramp's feeling. You don't know how that pull's going to come on through the ramp. It's just you learn things from the past, but I feel like you're still out there and you've almost wasted a jump. There's obviously things that you can learn and there's things that you can take away from it, but he's got 2 jumps left.
Well, the beauty, I guess, here, Rob, for Martin is he's been here, he's trained here, he's had his preliminary round, he knows what the conditions are like, he knows the setup, he knows the boat. He passed his first one, but I don't. Hopefully that won't phase him.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can figure out when he needs to change his timing to, and come right back in with full confidence and nail a jump at number 2.
Yeah.
He wants a place on the podium. He definitely wants to. He wants to challenge Dorian. Like Dorian's a little bit behind him, but Dorian has the creds in the jump event. That's for sure. He had the bit longest jump yesterday, 2:22. So he knows that Martin knows that Dorian is on fire and jumping.
Yeah.
And he wants to put one out there. Maybe close to what Dorian did yesterday.
Been skiing with Dorian out at Jack Travers every single day of the week lately, and he's been training hard. He knows how to put out a big jump. So Coleman's gonna need to put something together. He's gonna pull out hard. He's gonna need to carry some more speed and bring it down. Let's see if he can do that. Similar spot, maybe a little later. Oh, gets his
nice
legs though.
Look, I mean, we talk about technique. He does have it.
Beautiful.
He's got it.
Yeah,
he's got the form. He's got the ramp work. Just he's not pushing his cut late enough. He's not got the angle out of the turn and the whip, the speed into the bottom of the ramp to float the 220s. But that's a handy jump on jump number 2.
And
that'll settle him down, wouldn't it?
We'll be interested to see if that is our first 200-foot jump of the day. Is it going to be the 60.9, the magic 200-foot jump that we like to see? Beautiful extension off the top of that ramp. Got every single thing he can out of it. Maybe a little bit of room left in the cut. Maybe coming a little more speed through the turn. A little bit more drive into the base. But the legs off the ramp were flying. Just going to have to wait on the distance there.
Our Splashlight computer furiously working out with the videos set up on the shore here on towers to tell us exactly within 0.1 of a meter what that jump distance was going to be.
All right, so he comes
Jump
around the corner.
Number 2. We are looking at 206 feet. 62.7, guys. That is a huge. That was misleading. He looked like he did that pretty easy, didn't he?
206.
Very good. Off a 3/4, that's a big, big jump. So
that is a huge jump. So hopefully he can step up this one and maybe even get a little wider, a little later, take some more angle, and who knows. But
And
that's
that-
some pressure on Dorian. That is.
puts him in.
Solid lead right now. Solid
Yeah.
lead over Tanguy. He's in 2.928 is his overall
I believe
score.
that guarantees a 3rd place for him as well.
For sure it
Depending
does,
on what
for sure
Dorian
it
and
does.
Eduardo do after him. But he doesn't want that 3rd place. He already has one of those. He wants to be pushing for those 2nd and 1st spots. Let's see if he can get a little bit more distance off that jump, a little bit later on the turn. Big drive into that base. Big kick. That is a better jump. Throws the fist on his landing. That was a beautiful jump there from Coleman. And
Well,
I don't know about you, Kyle, but I think that's a little further.
It's going to be close, isn't it? It's going to be very, very close. After a pass on his first one, not quite getting his timing, he's come back with a beautiful 206 on jump 2 and a handy jump on jump 3. We will wait for the distance. It's going to be there and thereabouts. But he is definitely in the running in this overall event. We're going to move to Eduardo Marenzi from Italy, a young guy going to school up in Louisiana. And he's performed exceptionally well in slalom, 3.5 at 39, 10.790. Very, very handy scores.
So that is a 63.0 there on that last jump. So improving by 1 feet or 0.3 meters. And a beautiful jump there from Coleman. I think
I'm impressed. That's some good jumping from Martin. I mean, I know he's capable of a little bit more, but on a 3/4 cut,
that's big.
You know, just kind of being progressive, making sure he gets all of it out off the jump ramp. He has done exceptionally well.
Yeah.
This guy jumped well too, though, yesterday. I think he posted a 206. That's right up near his personal best. He looked good. He's been jumping 5 foot in collegiate skiing, but he sort of changed gears for this event. And 206, and he's going to need at least that or quite a lot more to catch up with Martin.
Yeah. Yeah, well, if, again, my maths are correct, which they very well could not be, I believe he's going to need to surpass Coleman and knock him down quite a few points. So he's going to be looking for that 64, 65 meter range.
Oh, it's doable, though, for a minute. Looking at the scoreboard so far.
He's big. This is a good today.
It's definitely doable.
Adrenaline is there. Like
if he can jump, you know, in the 210s, he can squash Martin's jump score down a little bit and maybe sneak ahead.
Yeah, so Coleman putting up some big scores there. John Travers giving his voices of wisdom. Holy swear word.
That expert
All
comments
right,
from
so
John
here
Travers.
we have
All
coming
right.
in Eduardo Marenzi. Coming off 5 foot collegiate, so this is going to feel a little bit different. 6 foot. He is pretty early on this first jump, but coming into the jump, getting his legs, beautiful little feeler out there on that first jump. It's not going to be near Coleman, I don't think, but it's a nice little feeler, maybe high 190s, so 59 meters-ish. Going to be exciting to see what that comes out as, but he's already 1 step ahead of Coleman. Taking that first jump, getting a score on the board, just relaxes the nerves a little bit. Little bit early, but he's gonna be happy to get a score on the board.
That's you know, maybe characteristic of Eduardo's jumping. He's a little bit on the earlier side, takes it a little bit easier. He's very smooth. He's got some springs in those legs. He's a light guy. Gets off the ramp extremely well, but maybe doesn't push the cut and take the same power speed as maybe we'll see some of the other skiers. But a very handy first jump. We are looking at a 196 for his first one, 59.7. And that's going to get thrown into the spreadsheet, into the calculations, and see where that pans out. I don't think it's enough to catch Martin, but he secured himself into 2nd spot, I believe.
But yeah, and that's something that Eduardo really has his jumping has just come absolutely leaps and bounds this year. I swear last year 58 meters was an amazing jump for him. I believe it was a PB. So just the improvements that he's made this year in his jumping have been insane. A lot of that probably to do with his teammates at the University of Lafayette, but some insane jumping this year, and excited to see what he can put together in jump 2 and 3 for his last tournaments of the year. All right, so he should be coming in that far end any moment now. Head breeze just on point, absolutely beautiful. All right, here he comes in, I believe. Or was I imagining things?
I think you're imagining things there, Rob. No, he's down the end there. I don't know if they're holding the boat or just securing, making sure.
Oh, they're coming now. I've been informed that they are coming now.
The distance, but there's a little bit of a wait time down
I
there.
wasn't imagining things.
As they spin around, and the conditions, you know, they let the water flatten off a little bit. They go down far enough, so make sure the conditions are the same for everybody. And here he is. He's got a little closer to the 600-foot buoy as he comes in on his countercut. And look at this angle as he sets up nice and wide, come racing
he's got
past
more
the shore.
speed in here.
He definitely does. Oh, had the speed, not the legs. See those legs buckle on the ramp as he sat down and he slaps his thigh. That wasn't the jump for Eduardo on jump number 2. Currently, his first one will be his longest. He's got one more roll of the dice, Rob.
Yeah, I think that was maybe the spot. Looked very tense. Did not look very relaxed as he came into the base there. Looked just all tied up in a ball, which is good, but you got to be relaxed. You got to be able to flow through that second wake into that ramp.
Do you ever feel relaxed coming
Not
into
ever,
the bottom
no.
of the jump ramp
But you got to
65, 70 mile an hour?
You got to relax everything and just.
Sitting in the boat, I tell people to do that all the time.
I do too. I'm relaxed in the boat when I tell them.
Yeah,
I'm very relaxed sat here watching.
Yep.
I get a little tense as they come into the base, you know, making sure that I'm worried for him. He's my friend.
Yep.
But I'm much more relaxed sat here than he is. I can tell you that.
Easy to tell people to do it.
You got to trick your body into the mind of being relaxed and maybe not relaxed, but you got to be able to flow. He tensed up, got very stiff into the base, and it's so hard to feel the ramp and extend through the top when you get like that.
What is very refreshing to hear, though, you know, that's an issue that a lot of the jumpers have. But ask any of the top jumpers, maintaining that fear, that level of calmness into the bottom of the ramp is very difficult. You hear it from the Freddie Krugers, the Ryan Dodds, everybody. You know, when they're on the line, when they're pushing it, when they're coming barreling into the jump, they the stress factor is there. They're tensed up. You know, it's and that sort of mind over your body kind of thing, kind of got to kick in and keep yourself kind of focused and not let anything, because the risk is huge, obviously.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And unfortunately, Joel Poland learning the tough way of that at the start of this week, but.
Any video of that around anywhere?
I don't know. I hope so. I mean, Joel films everything, so you'd assume so.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be on Instagram by now. But
yeah, you should have thought so. Obviously not if you didn't catch it. But all right, here we go. Jump number 3. Similar spot. Nice turn. A little bit taller. Driving through that base. Oh, and he's back again. Flying that one out nicely, but I'm sure there's some Italian swear words going on that helmet right now.
Yeah, so 59.7, I think, on his first jump might be his longest. That has put him in to the second spot. Martin Coleman's 29.28 right now. Eduardo Morenzi's 27.50. Tanguy Darlan 25.53. One competitor remaining, Dorian Llewellyn. He is on the dock. This is the last skier of the event, last skier of the tour final, last skier of the tour. Dorian Llewellyn, can he do it?
And it is tight up until this point. Obviously, Dorian is very strong in the jump event, so you would expect him to put out a big score and take the lead here, but it is not as easy as that. We had the same situation with Joel in Canada at the start of the year. I'm getting all my tour stops wrong. There's been so many. No, in France, in Lacanau.
Right.
Joel was expected to take the win. He had to go 60 meters or so, and he didn't. He couldn't put it together, and Louis took the win in that stop. So it is not all said and done. Everyone is going to be saying that it's easy. You know, at this stage, it's Dorian's to win.
Sometimes that makes it harder, Rob. Sometimes that makes it harder when you're expected. You know it. You don't have to push it too hard to win. Look, by my calculations, he was only about 7 or 8 points behind going into the jump event after slalom and tricks. Martin's posted a 63. Really, he needs basically a 63.1, 63.2, 208.
I believe so.
Is probably going to do it for him. But, you know, that's still a handy jump. He's going to have to execute.
Yeah.
He went 222 in the first round, so he definitely has the ability. He has the gumption, and he'll be chasing that money for sure. He's
for sure.
A big paycheck for these guys today with the event title and the tour final being presented today. Dorian Llewellyn, guys, Anyone on site here? Let's get together. Let's get behind the competitor on the water. He's probably the favorite right now for this event. He's got 3 jumps to come. He's 26 years old, doing it for Canada. A massive 5'7".
Bless him. Just about.
Just reading.
Just knocking him down as he comes down.
Well,
to,
he's got,
Hey, 5'7" is good for jump. We like to be short. Old Dad's looking on, saying, "Oh, that's tall." All right.
5'7".
Let's see as he comes in that glide, carrying the speed. Beautiful turn. First jump as he comes in. Oh, gets his legs nicely.
That's a nice jump.
He's thrown the fist.
He's confident with it. I don't know.
It's tough. It looks that easy that I have no idea. I thought that was like a 208.
It's very close for sure. Dorian definitely went a little easy on that one. I mean, Dorian's one of the smoothest jumpers you'll see. Like he never gets super wide. He never really pushes it. He's just very, very calculated. Generates a lot of speed. Stays down through the wakes and has just beautiful extension off the rope. And because he's light, he floats it down the lake. And we're waiting for distance on jump 1. He's chasing 63 meters. He needs maybe 63.2, 208 feet. And the score.
Oh, that's a 205, so that is not it. Through the fist prematurely.
205, wow.
I'm going to be ripping him for that one.
Some drama here. He went pretty easy on that first one, didn't he? I mean, he's maybe backed it up thinking he could go 210 on a pretty easy sort of cut. And he's left the door wide open.
Yeah, and that obviously puts him in second place, I assume. In second place, but he is 23 points behind Martin Coleman at this moment with a 62.4. We know he can go out there. We know he can jump big, but it is not that easy. So let's see what he can put together on jump number 2. I think the first one, he thought he had it, but let's hope he doesn't think the job is done. I want to see a big jump. I know Dorian can go big here. I know Dorian can fly 220 plus, so I want to see it. So spraying the 6 on jump number 2. He's bringing it down.
We want
he
to
isn't
see
playing
a
around
big
anymore.
jump at the end of this event. This one looks later. He's got a lot of speed. He's up
there
on the boat.
Go. Let's
turn.
go.
Can he get his legs? He's got it.
Can.
That's going to do it, guys. Get behind him. That's a big jump.
There
He's in the
you go.
teens, maybe 20. Dorian Llewellyn, we're going to sit and wait for the official score coming through, but I think he's nailed it on jump number 2.
I think so. That was a beautiful jump there from Dorian. A little bit more textbook. I think it's got to be hard. It's got to be a nerve-wracking situation. He knows he can go out there and win. He knows for sure he can do it. But to stay relaxed and put up a good score can be a little bit of a challenge.
We are waiting patiently for the score. The crowd's behind him. They're giving him a round of applause. They think he's done it. Dorian Llewellyn has
219
That's
feet.
it, guys.
He
219.
is
He's
your
our winner
champion.
today. So Dorian Llewellyn, he struggled the other events. He hasn't picked up a win or a podium, or a top spot on the podium this year, has he?
No.
He's won a few events in the last couple of years. He's waited to the
beat
tour
me every
final.
time.
Waited to the tour final and done it on the jump number 2 with 219 feet, 11,360, and 5.5 at 39.
That is
All
some awesome
sensational
skiing.
scores.
Yeah, awesome
And
skiing.
will he take jump number 3 for the fans?
I don't know. I probably not, but I want to see it. I don't know. I don't think I've seen. As I said, haven't seen Dorian win one of these yet. I think he's going to want to put one out there for the crowd. Maybe he's going to pass it, but let's see what he will do. Dorian Llewellyn, your World Water Ski Open champion.
There he is.
And that is exciting.
2921 on your screen. Martin Coleman is in second spot, 2839, and Eduardo rounding out the top 3. And Dorian's going to have a little shot. He's gone around the 6 here on a jump number 3. I don't know what's going through his head, whether he's going to chance it on having a big
he's
jump.
late.
He's left it late. He's starting hard. Can he come in? He's taking it.
Oh, there you go. That is a good jump.
That's what we love to see. The fist
Throw
goes
in
up.
the
He's
fist.
improved it. 220.
I think that's 223.
3, 4, yeah, definitely.
I didn't think he was going to take it. I doubted him on that one. I thought he was going to pass it. His job was done. But he wants to put a bigger win out there. He wants to show his dominance coming into the off-season.
Exactly. Sign of a champion there going out. He's done it on jump 2. But he said, you know what, I can do more. I can excite this crowd a little bit more and finish this event in style. But let's wait for the distance.
I'm going to have to give him some stick for throwing the fist when he didn't win. That was
Adding a foot to jump number 2.
Big
220 feet. Our winner, the WWS Overall Tour Final champion, Dorian Llewellyn.
There you go. That's awesome to see. Congratulations, Dorian. And that is some great skiing for sure. So there is your final leaderboard. Dorian Llewellyn in first place. Martin Coleman in second. Eduardo Merenzi in third. Thibaut Dayard in fourth. And Joel Poland rounding off the finals in fifth place. So some great skiing there from all the boys. And what a day it has been. Fantastic to watch. Fantastic skiing for sure. And that is exciting. And I wonder if that's another overall record or not.
We're going to head down to the dock, which we'll chat about in a second. Let's hear from Dorian.
Go.
All right, we have Dorian Llewellyn. He got his first pro win of the year, last event of the year, but still a win. Congrats, Dorian. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, shoot, way to leave it for the last tournament. Yeah, I've had like 5 seconds this year, and you know, I've been close. Like Joel and I have been within a foot for the last two overall tournaments, and then Louis obviously pulled out the first one. So yeah, I was excited. I mean, I'm just happy to get that win this year, and didn't want to end without that.
Well, congrats, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, it was awesome. Can't wait for next year. Another year of the tour, and yeah, try to get this yellow jersey back. I know Joel's going to be wearing it next year, so try to get that red one next year, and then by the end of the year have the yellow.
All right, thanks.
And great to hear from our champion, Dorian Llewellyn, winning the Florida Cup. And that is the completion of the event. Thanks for tuning in, coming out and supporting this event. We're going to do the award presentations here fairly shortly. Stick around with us.
All right, we have some people who have come a long way just to watch Dorian. We got Dorian's biggest supporters here. Where did you come from, Amy, and how big of a fan are you?
I'm a huge fan. I came all the way from Detroit, and it was just really cool to come out and see Dorian keep his skis under his feet today.
That's great. And Heather, I know you came a long way too. Are you excited to see Dorian take the win today?
Absolutely, yes. All the way from Perth, Western Australia. 35-hour flight. He's the man.
Thanks.
He's the man.
All right.
Does that say?
I'm out. Poochie is out. Yeah.
What'd you say? What'd you
There's gonna, I have to have a look at some, depending on when you let me know all that sort of stuff. Like sometimes if it's like the week before, I can't spot.
Yeah, but it's like, but I mean, I get injured like 4 days before it's done. That's why I didn't like it.
No, I know, but usually a week out, so it just stays there. Otherwise, I can't take anybody else. I'll see what I can do, and I'll now the tournament's season over, I'll look back and see where we're at. I know I've got your emails and stuff like that. Okay.
I'll text you whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Then this is the Florida Cup.
Oh, no worries. That's good.
And this is the tour.
Yeah. No worries. It's good to see the results. She didn't see it very well.
These are also personal foundation people that I donated. I don't want to know their name, but I just wanted to say there's a private friends that are people that's what I was kind of saying is all these families that have contributed and love the sport. They're the supporters of AccuSki and DreamSki, and families that have participated has made the year-end bonus happen.
Okay. And then you'll get me this, or do we already know who they are?
I'm going to get you that right now. I'm working on that. It's women, and it's only Brooke. It's only one. Who's handing that out? Oh, Britta. Give Britta that, and then I'll hand out the men.
Okay. And then we're going to have the men and Mr. Big Balls themselves.
Big balls. I'll get you the final.
Okay.
Test 1, 2, 2. Okay. Alrighty, if we can get everybody down here to the awards presentation area, we're going to get underway with handing out our awards to all of our champions. So if everybody could come on down. All righty. Yeah, we're getting everybody gathered around. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, excuse me, I was going to, Pierre, Buffet. All right, everybody, are you ready for our awards presentation? Come on, let's make some noise. We got to give a big thank you to the Llewellyns who have worked so hard doing this, and all the folks behind the scenes that have been here all weekend long to make this happen. Of course, we want to thank all you folks for being here as well. Another great event. Glad to be here to wrap it up. A big thank you to the sponsors that have made this happen. Here our local sponsors are going to be Ski Fluid, Kyle and Family, the judges, the volunteers, Aqua Ski, Action Water Sports, Mastercraft, and Ski Fluid. Let's give all those folks a big round of applause, if you would, please. Thank you, thank you. All righty, and I need Kyle to come join me if I can, please. Kyle lead. Let's give Kyle a great round of applause. Him and his family hosting us here this weekend, doing a great job. Okay, this is for the WWF Florida's Cup Women Champions. In fourth place, give it up for Paige Reaney. Paige. Okay, well, let's move on. We'll give Paige a round of applause when she gets here. In third place, Anna Gay. Congratulations, Anna. In second place, Regina Jaquist. And our 2022 Florida Cup Women's Champion, Hannah Strozova. All righty, and Andre from Action Water Sports is going to present the gals with a sleeve for their ski. Uh-oh, this looks like it could be explosive. Let's give these ladies a nice big... Alrighty, and the whole crew here is just so grateful for our tour sponsors, giving these incredible skiers a proper stage to show their talents and our skills. And I mean, you just got to witness the best water skiing in the world. It's fantastic, and Ski Fluid, just a great place to do it. So, want to thank those sponsors: Acquire Clothing, Centre Nautique, our legend Pierre Pouf, White Cross, Dream Makers Foundation, making dreams come true. Red Bull, can't thank you enough. And from White Cross, we'd like to bring up Mr. Richard Lutfi to present the awards, please. Oh, there you are, right, hiding right behind me here. All righty, for the men, our WWS Florida Cup men champions. In fifth place, Joel Poland. In fourth place, Tanguy Delan. In third place, Eduardo Morenze. In second place, let's give it up for Martin Coleman. And our 2022 Florida Cup men's champion, Dorian Llewellyn. All righty. Hey, we got to thank all of our great sponsors. This has been a great year, and we have some incredible families in this sport, and some are very generous who support the cause and are members of the WWS Foundation donor group, and they have come together to bring this year's tour bonuses an additional $14,000. There we go. Congratulations, guys. Well, you won't have to shower before you go to Elixir tonight. There you go. Congratulations, guys. And once again, just a big thanks to the families that have supported the WWFs. Personal friends of the Llewellyns don't really care to be recognized, but we got to thank them. They've brought a lot of extra money to the event this year, and we're going to have Richard continue to hang out with us as we go to our WW Women's Overall the Tour champion. The one lady that's going to get to be applauded right now is our Tour champion. Give it up for Brooke Baldwin. Girl. Congratulations, Brooke. Give it up to her one more time. Doing a great job out there. Too bad she couldn't join us today. And now we're going to go into our presentation of the men's champions in the tour, the WWS World Tour. In third place, with 300 points, Martin Coleman. This is looking dangerous. They're all getting a bottle of champagne. No one's going to have to shower to go to the party tonight. Just get right up front and get a little champagne bath there. Okay, in second place in the World Tour Overall Championship with 320 points, Dorian Llewellyn. And our 2022 WWS Tour Champion, give it up for Joel Poland. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, our tour champions, Martin, Dorian, and Joel.
I just want to say a special thanks to everyone. Basically here is a family of water skiing, and everybody helped out. Hanky Panky, thank you for coming out and doing everything that you do for the sport. The Eads, thank you so much for stepping up and bailing us out. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it was a great year. A lot of things, testing a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff to make the sport go better, and I appreciate anything that you guys can do. Everybody's welcome to build this bigger and better. So thank you.
Let's give it up for the Llewellyns. Come on, make it, come on, come on.
Just one more. The David and Tom, we forget about how many hours, like I don't know how many hours we have been putting in for 4 years in the back end, and there's so many things and connecting everything together, and I'm not they're very techie and I'm not. And it's incredible how much work and what they've sacrificed to where we are. And the platform, this is part of it. This is the show. We want to do stuff for the athletes, but the hub is what's going to build this sport. And there's the only reason it's happening is because of them. So hats off to them. Yeah, my wife, she puts up, it's bad. So I don't know what was worse, is when I was skiing, or this is actually worse. So, no, she's the only one that's opened the door, went to Red Bull, and they're helping us in the background, and the only reason that would be happening is without her. She is, stepped up, and her name is on the line, and I love her. She does everything, makes me work harder, so I appreciate everything that you've done. So let's go down to the Excalibur and have a good time and end the year right.
All righty, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a safe trip. Enjoy tonight. God bless. We'll see you. Bye-bye. See you, lad.